Cause I'm a fashion dealer, I'm your biggest bidder. Meet me in the middle, I just don't wanna settle. Under these lucid dreams, I'm not just a visionary. It's all making sense to me. Not a basic, ain't no ordinary. Stay put, we gon' get higher. You're the product, I could be your buyer. Under these lucid dreams, I'm not thinking off my head yet. Just being honest, what's the big difference, yeah? And I've been feeling my own inertia. Just being honest, there's no difference, yeah. And more is okay. I don't want to just feel under these lucid dreams. I'm not just a visionary. It's all making sense to me. Not a basic, ain't no ordinary. Stay put, we gon' get higher. You're the product, I could be your buyer. Under these lucid dreams, I'm not thinking off my head, yeah. I'm just feeling lazy, just be honest, baby. We got different phases, give it all, take it all. I'm just feeling lazy, just be honest, baby. We got different phases, give it all, take it all. 말리부 가서 한 잔에 쭉 마시는 blue lemonade. 술은 필요 없어, 다 끝나기 전에, yeah. Under these lucid dreams, yeah. I'm not just a visionary. It's all making sense to me. Not a basic, ain't no ordinary. Stay put, we gon' get higher. You're the product, I could be your buyer. Under these 싶은 말 내가 너의 그늘이 돼줄게 언제나 편하게 기대도 돼 네가 원한다면 yeah. 내가 너의 곁에 영원히 옆에서 지켜줄게 언제라도 짙은 어둠이 드리워도 우리가 함께 헤쳐나가다 보면 그 무엇도 우릴 방해할 수 없어 널 위해 난 모든 걸 다 내어줄게 Starstruck 오늘따라 유난히 더 Starstruck 밝아 보이는 저별들도 Starstruck 분명 힘들었겠지 널 안아줄게 언제나 너의 곁에 yeah. 네 편이 되어줄게 행복한 날들을 약속할게 너와 난 그렇게 웃어도 돼 저기 하늘을 봐 yeah. 널 보면 미소 짓는 내가 너만의 빛이 돼줄게 약속할게 짙은 어둠이 드리워도 우리가 함께 헤쳐나가다 보면 그 무엇도 우릴 방해할 수 없어 널 위해 난 모든 걸 다 내어줄게 Starstruck 오늘따라 유난히 더 Starstruck 밝아 보이는 저별들도 Starstruck 분명 힘들었겠지 널 안아줄게 외롭고 지쳐갈 때 넌 내 목소리를 기억해 난 절대 혼자가 아냐 너의 곁에 있을게 짙은 어둠이 드리워도 우리가 함께 헤쳐나가다 보면 그 무엇도 우릴 방해할 수 없어 널 위해는 모든 걸 다 내어줄게 Starstruck 오늘따라 유난히 더 Starstruck 밝아 보이는 저별들도 Starstruck 분명 힘들었겠지 안아줄게 파란 하늘에 핑크빛 구름 내 손에 너에게 줄 chocolate I'm feeling so good 눈에 보이는 모든 게 예뻐 You already made my day 다가와서 꽉 안아줄 때 충전되는 이 느낌 너와 함께라면 어디든 좋아 지금 이대로면 멈춰도 좋아 뚜렷한 기억 처음 손잡은 그날 누구 건지 모를 palm sweat We'll never let go 헤어지기가 아쉬운 나날들 Oh, you're my sunny day 손을 잡아 너의 주머니에 넣는 나를 바라봐
저 깊어져만 가 나를 향한 네맘 뭐랄까 사랑한단 말로는 표현이 부족한데 그래 그리워져 문득 떠오르는 나 때는 말야 이러쿵저러쿵 We had no idea back then. When was the last time you had no worry? 순수했던 내 행복을 찾아 떠나보자. 인생의 신변아. Oh, let it breathe, let it breathe. Just be yourself. 너를 위한 달콤한 시간. Yeah. 마음의 가방을 챙겨가. 여행의 보물을 담아봐.
Hello, hello, you guys. Thank you so much for being patient. Just getting the game started over here. Aha! There we are. Okay. Oh my goodness. I was on time, you guys. I was gonna be, well, not really on time. When I started stream, I was gonna be on time for when I started, which was at 10. I was talking with my family for a little bit, and then I had ordered some, I guess it's like a fusion, like Chinese Japanese takeout. And unfortunately, the delivery person couldn't get into my complex. And instead of calling me, they said that they had left the food at the office. So I was pretty much like running on down there, getting the food, making sure that it was still there. I actually thought somebody had took it for a second, or had taken it rather. Rushed back. I was all sweaty because it's really humid outside, and then I showered, and now I'm here. All right. I was like, the one time I needed the food to come to the door when I was hitting play on the stream, and it did not come, unfortunately. But we're here now. All right, let me see what we're doing here. Hey Raven, I'm also playing today. DeepSeek helped my game run. Oh, okay. My loading time went from 2 hours to a total of 30 minutes. Oh, for Sims 3? That's a pretty steep loading time. Hopefully everything will load properly tonight. You can already see the EA app kind of struggling over here. Yeah, no, that's pretty wild. Alright, Sims 3. I removed all the store items except my favorites. Oh, okay. Alright, for some reason, let me see what's going on here. It shows that I can't play Sims 3. Let's see. It was just working earlier too. That's the worst thing. EA is being EA. There's like a window here, but nothing is working. I don't even know what this says. Okay. Not good. The game is weird, you guys. The game thinks it's open, but it's not. Did you give an offering to the tech goblins? No. I tried to tip my driver, but they didn't even show up to the right door. Oh, man. The problem is I can't even tell if it's my computer or EA, but I honestly think it's EA because everything else is working fine. So I'm like, I may have to restart, which sucks. I have to reload the stream and everything, but maybe we'll be okay. Let me see. Yeah, the EA app sucks. It's just, it's stuck there. I can't even do like a task manager. Let me see. Let's try it again. If only they let me go right to the launcher. Let me see. Nope. Nope. It was like, we're not doing the launcher either. Yes, I exited the app. Oh, let me see. Game launcher? This is not open though. Let me try it again. It's just like, come on, come on, come on. Open the game. Open the game. Manifest. Okay, the launcher is here. Okay. It's EA, I'm telling you. I may end up buying all the expansion packs. I don't have that many so far, but I may end up just buying them through Steam. Because, I don't know, EA is just very finicky. Especially with Sims 3. It's more straightforward with Sims 4, as buggy as Sims 4 is. But with the launcher, it's very fussy. But I think we've got it. What? I'm so confused. Let me see. I think it tried to do that thing, Raven, just like in Sims 4, how they introduced turning off packs. I made sure that all of mine were active, and I'm going to try to reload the game. It seemed like there was some kind of weird update where it seemed to disable them. So I'm going to see how this works. I hope there's nothing that got corrupted, because that would be pretty bad. I have the same game installed since 2019. Okay. So we might be all right. Let me open up the stream over here. I hope we're okay. Let's see. If it's Island Living, we got it. It's Island Living. Okay. Which is ironic because Island Living, for many people, was the game-breaking pack. But for me, I enjoyed this pack. And it's actually the sign that my game is working correctly. I was hoping, or I was actually fearing that perhaps I feared that I may have lost my save data and that it would just revert to like base game, for example. So seeing Island Living is a good sign. Island Paradise, actually. Island Paradise. Which is much superior to Island Living. So we're good. We're good for now. Okay. Let me open stream over here. Man, things are glitchy. Twitch says I'm actually not live, but I am. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay. I do think I have to update my video, though. Let me see if I can do that on the side. Give me 1 second. Put my chopsticks down. If you ever use mods, there is a Sims 3 modder that remaps several worlds to make them function properly. Oh, like to kind of fix some of the routing issues, perhaps? I understand. Let me get my other computer. Give me 1 sec. Okay. My plans were derailed, you guys. I was supposed to try and update the thumbnail before the stream, but it's alright. And unfortunately, I have to eat my Chinese food on stream. Alright. Let me take care of business over here. Just trying to update the thumbnail. I'm trying to be better at my thumbnails again, so I'm updating the thumbnails with areas that we've worked on the previous stream. So this thumbnail is the beachside pool area, which is actually quite nice. It's not what I originally planned, but it actually worked out pretty well. So there is that. But welcome, welcome. Let's see. I'm just gonna call this thumbnail Beachy Birthday and just call it a day. It's like, I'm 30 now, I'm gonna care even less. I just wanna chill and make the stream happen. It's your stream, you're the boss. Besides, nothing wrong with causing a little envy once in a while, right? It was like bourbon teriyaki or something like that. I was like, I'll try it. This place has good ratings, I'll try it. Yeah, we can always do like more elaborate streams on the weekend because it was like smack dab in the middle of the week. My birthday came on a kind of a bad day because I had to teach. I taught for 9 hours and then was on the phone with my parents working on a client project for another 2 hours. So I'm like, okay, whatever I can put together for a stream is fine. We're just gonna keep it nice and peaceful. Okay, we're getting there. Let me just save this out over here. All right. Oh, I just realized that in a lot of my streams, I never categorized anything. So I used to wonder, like, what was going on. Let me see. I would forget to, like, set the categories and stuff previously for the games. Let me see if I can change that. Yeah, that's my fault. That was my fault. I forgot to set the game. Sims 3. So prepared, I know. Okay. Okay, we got it. We got it, you guys. We're good. At least it should be. Let me know if the thing updated on your end. Did the stream update for you guys? Does it have the right thumbnail? I hope so. It's all good, but welcome in, you guys. I'm fashionably late. It's like client project, talking with family for my birthday. Then I had to run down and get my food because it wasn't delivered at the right place. Oh my gosh. On the plus side, I'm supposed to get a credit for it. I'm like, okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh, okay, we got wonton soup. We got wonton soup. We've got bourbon teriyaki chicken. Never had that before. But you know what? Whenever there's a little bit of nectar in cooking, it's usually really good. I don't consume nectar, but if it's in food, it usually is quite good. That's the rule. Moving on. Chips? Where's the fun without little chaos? There you go. Like I said, I'm 30 now. I care even less. The 20-year-old me would be like, oh my god, I was late to my stream. I had nothing planned. I have to eat on my stream. And you know what? It's like, I'm getting old. I worked hard for this. I just gonna do whatever I want here. It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. See, you get Sims and you have like Chinese food mukbang. So there you go. It's all good. Lovely. Okay. I'm gonna put this over here. Funny enough, you guys, I'll be honest, I actually don't care too much for sweets. I enjoy them, but if I had the choice between like having something sweet and then having something savory that was equally delicious on both parts, I would choose the savory item. No, you have to commit to the bit. If you're talking about delicious food, you gotta show it. Yeah, we can show it. So let's see what we have here. So we have some wonton soup over here, and some very rich broth with scallions. They gave me fried, I think these are fried, let me see, rice noodles? I don't think they're rice. I think they're made more so out of like, yeah. These guys, I love these. Crispy, crunchy noodles. Sometimes you eat them with your soup, but I just like to eat them separately. So there's that. And then we have this creation. It's supposed to be a bourbon teriyaki stir fry. I ordered it with lo mein. I don't usually get lo mein, but I was like, let me do it this time. And try not to spill it because it's, you know, Chinese food usually has a lot of grease and sauce. Smells good so far though. Let's see. But it looks like it has, yeah, it's already making a mess. It's already making a mess. Dang it. Let me see if I have a paper towel. Not really. But, yeah, it's good. I want to show it, but I think it's going to leak. Let me see if I can get a paper towel first. Okay. I promise you it looks good, but let me see. Because it's gonna leak just a little bit. Looks great though. Definitely looks a little bit more put together than a typical Chinese takeout place. Let me see. I don't think the camera is gonna capture it too well, but yep, it has lo mein noodles. I don't know. Oh my god, I'm scared to kind of show it. But lo mein noodles with teriyaki bourbon chicken with sauteed, or stir-fried I should say, stir-fried green pepper, carrot, and onion. I'm gonna eat it with chopsticks, of course. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I had a very chaotic start to stream, but thank you all for being here. My birthday, it's officially my birthday. I'm turning 30 years old, darlings. Getting older by the second. But yeah, it was a little chaotic. I was on the phone with my parents for a little bit longer than expected. And then when I ordered the food, I live in an apartment complex with a gate, and they claimed they couldn't get in. And they said, oh, I tried calling you, but you didn't answer, so I left it at the office. And I never got any calls, so I called customer service. I'm like, they were saying they were calling me. I didn't get anything. I think they just showed up and were just like, I'm not gonna like go into this complex. I'm just gonna drop it here. So I was like running over. Welcome in, Hezekiah. I was running over to get the food, ran back, but then because it was so humid outside, I was sweating, so I ran in the shower, then got back here. And then the game wasn't working. But we're here. Woo. Raven said, who? Or woo. So yep, you get Sims and you get Chinese food mukbang. That's the 30th birthday stream. It's not bad. It could be worse, you know. That's good. Like I said, anything with a little bit of nectar in cooking is wonderful. I never care for drinks, but it's really good in food. I made a really good, I cooked like a chicken rigatoni vodka sauce. I didn't actually use vodka, though. I just used sherry. I think it was sherry wine for cooking. But it had a little bit of kick in it. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Trying to make it a little bit high protein with cottage cheese. It was like cottage cheese, tomato paste, a little bit of chicken broth, sherry wine, salt, pepper, garlic, oregano, I think, and maybe a little bit of cayenne for kicks. I love making beer chicken. Yeah, I will say, yep. Alcohol works really well with food, and also, in some instances, dessert, for sure. Like tiramisu. If I'm not mistaken, tiramisu is made with like almost like a coffee liqueur, or like an espresso kind of liqueur. I could be wrong though, but it definitely has, like, depending on who makes it, it definitely has alcohol in it. But it's really good. All right, let's test the noodles. It's gonna be a little bit messy to eat, but I'm trying. We're 30, but we're still civilized. We're still civilized. My father, funny enough, I'm looking at chopsticks. My father has lived with my mother, who's Vietnamese for years, and who's used chopsticks for years, and he still can't do it. I don't think my ex can use chopsticks. We went to like a Chinese restaurant a few times when we were together, but he couldn't do it. I had also dated somebody who I tried to show how to use chopsticks. They couldn't use them. I could be wrong about my ex though, but I'm not sure. I don't think he could. Chopsticks are fun. I can even eat rice with chopsticks, but that's definitely more of a challenge. Hezekiah, yes, I've seen my mom use alcohol in the pastry she used to bake. Yeah, like rum. Rum is a popular one. Rum and that like coffee liqueur. Yeah, that's quite common. Not sure about what other things are used in terms of baking though. I'm sure there are other stronger alcohols used for that. I've seen somebody use wine to bake a pie, and that thing looked nasty. I'll be honest with you. I mean, wine, I don't really like wine, to be honest with you guys. I'd probably like be more prone to something like champagne. It has more of like that sparkling soda water, like almost like sparkling water or seltzer. I like more of that. But wine, I've had some like very like deep red wines, and I don't know, for some reason I don't like it. The alcohol content was strong. It just didn't do anything for me. But there are people, I've seen somebody make, like on TikTok or something, a pie made out of wine, and I'm like, ooh. Whiskey pecan pie. Oh, okay. Interesting. Be careful not to wake up in a closet at age 13 again? That sounds like a horror movie. What is that? We're not talking Harry Potter, are we? I don't think that's Harry Potter. I need to make like a chat screen, you guys, like where it's just like a placeholder of something. Oh my god, what movie is that? I mean, is alcohol involved in that movie? I don't know. But yes, speaking about the beer, yes, like beer batter, I've definitely had things done with beer batter. Oh. Oh, 13 going on 30, maybe. Yep, I certainly went to 30. I didn't go into a closet, though. Well, technically I was in a closet. You win. I don't know. I don't know how that would feel, you guys. Think about it. Being 13, I think when you're young, it seems like fun. But imagine just like magically skipping all of that part of your life and waking up 30, you guys. I mean, I'm pretty content with where I am now, but to skip all of it, ooh, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot that theoretically you could skip through, like things that were difficult, for example, like sickness or like, excuse me, that was weird, or like a breakup, or maybe like financial hardship, or like fallouts with friends and family. Like there are parts you could skip theoretically, but that's wild. That's a wild concept if you can imagine it happening in real life. It's pretty wild. I dropped my chips, you guys. It's okay though, it landed right in the bag. It's all good. It's all good. Most of it was caught in the bag. Welcome in, you guys. I'm trying to just unwind and eat for a little bit. Let me put this on a more pristine image here. Let me see. We're gonna go back to the city area. Not seen that movie, but I figure it was the movie. Oh, you never seen it. That's actually a pretty good film with Jennifer Gardner. That was a good film. I really like that one. It would be wonderful to be able to skip puberty. That thing hurt. Yeah, I think that's a common consensus. Yeah. That was definitely, for me, that was definitely the period, if I look back in my life, that was, I would say, the darkest. I mean, I've had some pretty dark moments as an adult, for sure, but I think at that time, especially at the age, like, everything feels much more dramatic than what it is. Not saying that I went through, like, a very, easy, like, teen child years. They weren't the worst by any means. There are people that have been in horrible situations, so I don't like trying to, like, talk about it to be like, oh, I went through so much. I did not in comparison to other people, but if I were to look at one of my darkest eras, it was definitely in that stage. Like middle school going into probably the first couple years of high school, maybe. That's definitely the worst. Lots of bullying, body dysmorphia. I had dissociative episodes. I had my first run-ins with dark spiritualism at that age. Lots of struggle with like gender and sexuality. It's not a fun time, especially when you're around very immature people that don't make it easier to learn about yourself. You know, everything is always about trying to stay cool, trying to be normal, trying to be like not made fun of. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot of that. Very, very unawakened time as a teenager. Really good. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I don't remember the cheats though. Testing cheats. Enable true. Can I click on the lot? I can click on the lot. Wonderful. Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Oh, you mean like going through the teen years, you mean? Yeah, teen years were hard. I had different periods. So teen years were difficult, and then my early to mid 20s were the next difficult part for me. I'm just glad those years are behind me. Yeah. For sure. Which is funny because honestly, I had a lot of great times. I had a lot of great times during those years too. Like in those same instances where I was going through those things, you know, I had been on a tennis team. I had many fun times at homecoming, went to prom. I actually won a superlative, which was really cool. I won most artistic for males. There's like a male and female winner, if you will. And then I also was semi-friends with the girl who won also. So we're like, oh my god, look at that. We got the superlative. I had a lot of fun times with my friends, like after school too. I was actually funny enough, I was in Latin rhythm, so I actually performed. I danced when I was in high school. I think I learned how to do bachata at the time, or merengue. That was interesting. My partner actually didn't like me that much. Not like dislike me personally, but apparently, I guess, I had trouble coordinating with her. Which I thought I had danced fairly well, not amazingly, but decently enough. But that was fun. We used to do field trips. In an area downtown where we had like a really cool art district at the time. That was really fun. So there was definitely a lot of good times that I did have in those years, but unfortunately they also were accompanied by just very difficult times. There's also stuff, unfortunately, that I cannot disclose here that I went through as a teen that thankfully I did come out of the other side unscathed. Again, another really harsh time, but we pull through. We pull through. So many interesting experiences over the years. Out of curiosity, you guys, for those of you who are in chat, what is something wild that you have been through in your life that you'd be willing to share in the chat? I'm curious. Something wild and appropriate, or at least can be worded in an appropriate way on the stream. Okay, I'm gonna try to not do my chopsticks in the very unlucky way. Unfortunately, they say that when you're eating food and you place your chopsticks back in, and I've seen this because of my mom, you are not supposed to stick the chopsticks vertically in. The reason being is that it resembles what you would do with incense when you're doing prayer. I believe, I don't know if it's symbolic of death, because you usually would like pray to spirit or pray to like ancestors. So if you stop using chopsticks at any time, you're supposed to just lay them across, or at the very least, just put them as far away as possible from being vertical, funny enough. And I also don't want to prick my nose, so they're going over here. Or maybe that's not a good idea. That was not as sanitary, actually. I'll put them on the napkin. There. There. What kind of wild? It doesn't have to be, like, wild and like, you know, the ways you'd think, like adult wild, but it could be something fascinating that we never knew about you. Like maybe you won some kind of award that we never expected, or things like that. Hezekiah, I already shared the trauma I went through. Oh, it doesn't have to be dark. It doesn't have to be dark. It could be something like a very funny or interesting experience you went through. Yeah, that's a pretty big move, Raven. I would say so. For sure. Were you in... Oh, crap. I forget. I want to say Portugal to Brazil, but I think I could be wrong. Because I also have a friend that plays The Sims, but she's from England, even though she's really Italian and Argentinian. I can't remember. Were you in Portugal or were you in England? I can't recall which country you were in, because I'm confusing you with my other friend. I could be wrong. Maybe you were in Spain. I'm not sure. England moved to Brazil. Okay. I thought Portugal, because Portuguese. Okay, so you were like my friend. I watch May World Dream. She's a really great content creator, and she's primarily on the weekends. But she's from England. She wasn't born in England, to my knowledge, though. I think she was born in Argentina. I don't even know if she's actually ever lived in Italy. I don't know. Anybody who knows May, you might have to fill me in, because I don't remember. Okay. Let me see what we're doing here. So we got pool. That lovely area. I think I was trying to add in plants. Yep, okay, I remember what I was doing. So I had to put this back over here. I'm curious to see if we get rated tonight. We might get rated by CJ. I'm not, like, expecting it, but it would be kind of fun, especially for a birthday stream. So hopefully, it might be a nice little surprise. But yeah, I think we were... Yep, we were fixing this area, and I have to make this one match over here. Especially in Sims 3, we can't really resize any of the plants, so I kind of have to make do. Oh, there's the thing that happened to me this weekend. I shared in spirituality. I read tarot at an event for the first time. Ooh, the organizer liked my reading so much she gave me an open invitation. Oh my god, that's fun. To read? Yes. Oh, cool. Do you read for free, or are you able to make like some money at the festival or like at the events? Oh, that's so cool. We talked about this, Raven, didn't we? Because I think I remember asking, like, oh, would you consider doing, like, more public readings? And I think you were like, okay, like, you were kind of like, I'm on the fence, like, I would consider it, but not quite sure, or something like that. But I'm glad it went well. Because I definitely know you read tarot, for sure. Among other things. That's really cool. I'm assuming you prefer to do tarot in person, right? As opposed to, like, virtual? I've done both. I've done tarot in person for close friends and family, but I've never done it in person for, like, random people. I've never done that before. Online, yes, of course, all the time, but... Not in person strangers, like the way you did, like where you just met people at the event, like if it's a festival or something of that sort. Is it a festival? I want to make sure I'm saying the right word. I was gonna read it, but unfortunately, I think I was in between classes or I had to work on that project, so I couldn't go through your message and read it all. But I will. Paid. Oh, cool. Okay. No difference. I can do reading online and in person. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I think there are some circumstances where I prefer doing online. It depends though. Yeah, I think the way I do it now, where I prefer doing like friends readings either on the phone or in person. And then for strangers, I think it's easier just to do it remotely. Also because you don't always know the other person and their energy. So it's easier to disconnect from them, especially if something is off or if they're not resonating with the reading. It was a Zen fair. Oh, but she also does medieval and Roma events. Oh, okay. That's so cool. I'd be curious to like see like what they're all about in real life. We gotta open a portal, Raven, and just like plop me in there. Like, let's just go on a weekend. Boop! He just popped Townie right in there. Boop! I had my moments during my high school years. I had my first boyfriend. I got to play ACNL with a content creator I used to watch back then. What is ACNL? ACNL. What is that? Oh, that's cute, though. First boyfriend in high school. I did not date until college, but I did not have a boyfriend until I was 21, almost 22. I had a terrible first kiss. I had, like, one of the worst first kisses ever. I will always blame them for that. I was mauled, okay? Like, that was my first kiss. And it was very, like, I wasn't even, Oh, Animal Crossing New Leaf. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow. It's so good. I'm trying to withhold all the lip smacking. It's like, cover the microphone. Oh, that's weird. I know why. Because I have all these lines over here. Okay. Okay, let me try it again. Okay. There we go. That's good. Yeah, sometimes I like having the segments in Sims 3, and other times it's like, can we just disable that? You have to end up redrawing and making sure that there are no, like, obstacles when you're drawing your fencing. Otherwise, it'll create posts. I mean, even in this area, for example, it already did it, so I have to do this and then redraw. So it's a little bit tricky. What? Oh. There's like another, there was another like fence piece there. I'm looking at it like, where is this extra post coming from? Hold on. There we go. Those are pretty fun experiences, though. First boyfriend in high school, and then you got to play with a content creator. I don't, you know, funny enough, you guys, I don't have a lot of celebrity experiences. Let's see. One of the only things that I've experienced celebrity-wise, and it was really cool. They're not like a huge celebrity. But I actually talked, me and my ex, we got to meet Faye Mata live. So she is a voice actress. She voiced characters for Fire Emblem. She voiced characters for Miraculous Ladybug. And we actually went live on there. And I actually sang, I kind of did it jokingly, but I sang a song from Fire Emblem. And it was really funny because she's like, oh my god, are you trying to, she said, like, oh my god, are you trying to, like, take my job? And then someone was like, whoa, that was actually a pretty good cover. Which was a lot of fun. And I tried doing, like, some of her lines as well from the game. It was really fun. But she was so nice. She actually waited for us to get online because we had essentially, we had done, like, a VIP signing where she signed the artwork of the character, and we were waiting our turn to see if we could get a chance to meet her. It was like a live stream. And we were having problems connecting, and then all of a sudden, like, we pop up, we're like, oh my god, like, we're talking to Faye Mata, the voice actress, and Fire Emblem and Miraculous Ladybug. Hey, Gloopy. Oh, what's going on with the cheat codes? Report the problem with the cheat codes for satisfaction points on PS4 console. How are you doing it? My cats are okay. I'm doing good, Gloopy. I don't know about the cheat code problems, though. I'm glad your cats are doing well. It's my birthday today, Gloopy. So we're doing a little bit of a stream here. It's nothing too fancy, but I did want to go live today and relax with you guys. So thanks for coming on in. Raven says, oh, you just reminded me something idiotic I did in school. Oh. I have stories about that. There are things that I cannot say on the stream. Yeah. I had definitely done some idiotic things in high school. Funny enough, I was actually a little bit wilder in high school than I was later on in life, ironically. I was bullied pretty hard. One day, a Portuguese soap opera was gonna have recordings in our small town. I had extra time, so I went. The bullies threatened me to get them autographs. Guess what? Oh my goodness. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm gonna put that to my expansion packs and my tarot equipment as well. Thank you for that. It's 30 years, darling. 30 years. Loopy says, I wish you happy birthday, and here's your birthday present. You're an amazing person, and thank you for making my day better. Oh, thank you, Gloopy. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. You've been... Oh my god, I was not supposed to do that with the chopsticks. Thank you for being here, because you've been in here for a while. I remember seeing you for a while. I would say you've probably been in my streams for about a year, at least. I appreciate that. Raven, I got the autographs for myself and gave them all fake ones. That is really smart. I did not expect that. I love that. That's great. That was really smart. Good thinking. That was good. That is so cool, though. So they filmed on your school? They filmed on your campus? I'm trying to think of any other famous people I've met. I've seen people, like I went to Comic-Con, for example, and I saw the cast of Stranger Things. I remember seeing like David Harbour in the booth, and he was next to the actor that played Will Byers. Let me see who else was there at that time. I think they were people from like Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings. I'm not sure, but unfortunately I don't really follow those franchises, so it didn't really mean as much. We definitely had other famous people there, though. I just can't remember. They filmed in the town square near the school. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I was having like a mini, it's not really a midlife crisis, but part of me was thinking earlier or yesterday, I'm like, I kind of want to get into voice acting again. I do miss that. I do like the feeling of like acting out a character. And you know, sometimes we just like to pretend that we're way cooler than we really are. But yeah, I think I was looking at it earlier. Can't wait to shower and get ready for bed, right, gamer? Oh my god, so gamer, what happened? I was telling everybody here. I was late. I was definitely late to stream. I was working on a client project, and then I was on the phone with my parents, so I didn't talk to for a little while. But then I was ordering food. I ordered what I'm eating now, some really delicious Chinese/Japanese fusion food. And the lady shows up at my apartment complex, and she says, she ends up like texting me in the DoorDash app, and she's like, oh, she's like, I have the food here, but the gate doesn't open, and I tried calling you and you didn't answer, so there's the food. And she leaves it all the way at the office, and I don't live in like a small complex, so I'm over there like, oh man, and I'm like running over there like trying to get the food like all the way at the office. I got there in about 5 minutes. Thankfully, I had seen some people walk by, so I was like, oh no, I thought someone had a bag, so I thought they took it. I got the food. I ended up calling DoorDash and telling them what happened, and they ended up like saying, oh, we're gonna like credit you. I'm like, okay, thank you, whatever. But I got it. I run back, but because it was so hot outside, I was already drenched in sweat. And then I had to run in the shower and then get out. Like, I didn't even update any of the information on the stream, and I didn't eat yet. And I was like, oh my god, this was such a mess. But I was like, I felt like whenever I sweat, you guys, I'm like, I have to shower. I cannot like sit there in my own sweat. It feels so nasty. So I was like, I have to shower. I did like the fastest shower ever in my life, or not maybe ever in my life, but one of my fastest showers ever to try and get back on stream, because the stream was already running. So people were waiting there for like 15 minutes, like, where did he go? I was like, girl, you picked the wrong day. She lied too. She lied, you guys. I even gave her a tip. And she's like, oh yeah, I tried calling and texting you, but you didn't answer. And I'm looking at the messages like, there's no text message. There's no phone call. I tried calling her immediately after she sent the message on DoorDash that the food was there, and she did not answer. I was like, okay, I need to go into like mini Karen mode, because I'm like, girl, you picked the worst time to not deliver the food at the door. If it was like any other night where I wasn't in a rush, I'd be like, okay, fine, let me get the food. But oh man, that was funny. I was like already running late, and then she made me more late. But we're here. And I don't have to, I have work tomorrow, but I don't have like, I don't have classes scheduled. I don't have any classes to teach, so we can stay up quite late tonight, thankfully. We got a lot of time on our hands. Ooh, not the swamp grass. LOL, I don't blame in this case. And we're telling the lady, I'm like, my driver was saying she called me and I have nothing here. She just probably saw the gate when she's like, I'm not effing with that. So she just like dropped the food right at the office. Like, she could literally just like park her car, maybe walk a few steps, drop it, and then leave. Because I'm like, yeah. I try to give people benefit of the doubt, but I'm looking at my phone like, I'm like, girl, you lying. You know you lying. Like, I didn't have any, unless she dialed the wrong number. I had like no calls, no text. I was on the phone with my parents. So if she would have called, I would have seen it. I would have heard it, because it would have done like a, ring or something like that. She saw she got her tip, and she's like, I'm not walking all the way down there. She's like, I'm just going to drop this here and take my tip. It was far away. It's like, let me see. I'm in building 9, so it's almost like 10 buildings down. And behind the gate, too, so I was like, thankfully somebody opened the gate for me, because I was looking and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta get to the food. We also have, we have quite a bit of wildlife here, too, because we have some woods. So we have, like, we do have quite a bit of bugs. We have, like, lots of cicadas, grasshoppers, we got a lot of squirrels, rabbits, snakes. I think maybe we had... I think we had raccoons maybe once. I could be wrong, though. But I was like, yeah, not a good time. Not a good time for, like, food to be sitting out where there's nobody there. In the humidity. Where the animals could be popping in and out. Oh, that was fun. Fun times. I'm trying to look for more tropical plants, but I feel like everything is so small. Everything's so small, you guys. I have these, but I'm not like a huge fan of these, like flower bed things. Let me see. If I do a bush, maybe? This one? Right? Trash pandas. You sure you're not in California? I'm in Florida, all right? So that's a whole nother beast on its own. Yeah, I remember going to a little tiny like beachside resort with my parents. I don't want to say it's a resort because resort kind of gives the example of like a it conjures the image of like a hotel and everything. My parents have gone to hotels with their timeshare, but we went to like this little, I'll call it a resort, but it's essentially like these little like nice beach cottages kind of thing. They're a little bit older, but they were really cute. They're by the water. And then I was there with my ex because they had invited us over. And I remember we were like, they went to the beach and we were just kind of chilling in the little cottagey bungalow thing. And I think it was like towards the evening and we saw a whole family of raccoons scavenging the pool area. They're so cute. They're so cute, but they're very feisty. They will definitely fight you. They will definitely fight you if you try to get involved with them. But they were so cute. I don't care if they're feisty or mean. They were cute. I was watching them like, look at them go. Look at them try to look for food because obviously people use the pool area. They do like little cookouts and stuff. So it was cute. Thankfully, we weren't. We were in a unit that was pretty much like right next to the pool area, but we were up on like stilted foundation with a gate, so like they're not gonna like crawl up and get to us. At least it would make it difficult for them. But I thought it was so cute. I just like seeing the little raccoons. I have a very strong, for some reason, I'm very enamored with like little birds and little mammals, but when it comes to reptiles and stuff, I don't play with those. I like lizards. I don't like frogs and toads though, because I'm always afraid they're gonna jump on me, and I don't like how slimy they are. But lizards, I like the lizards. I do like lizards. Those are common wildlife here. Squirrel, rabbits, raccoons, owl. Oh, wow, owls. I don't see a lot of owls. I don't see a lot of owls. Man, this foliage is just not it. This one is okay. Let me try this one. Oh, man, that green, though. That green is very green. It'll be alright. It's gonna be alright. There. I have not encountered, to my knowledge, I think I have seen a wolf in real life in the wild, but I've never gotten too close to a wolf or a coyote. But that's not exactly an experience that I'd be wanting to have personally, because it seems a little scary. They look like beautiful creatures, but they're very much predators, so I would not want to get too close. That's not too bad. I think I had another plant that I want to use here, but I think we'll just go with this for now. Brazil allows owls as pets. One day, right? We're gonna be like Hedwig over here. Owls are just so majestic. They definitely have a lot of interesting symbolism as well. I've heard from some people that owls can be an omen. My friend actually saw an owl before her. It was either before or around the same time that her father had passed away, unfortunately. Obviously, that's not to say that the owl brought, you know, her father's passing, but yes, I've heard that owls can be like an omen of death in some cases, or like misfortune. I don't think that's always the case though, because owls are definitely seen as definitely a very spiritual and wise creature. Give me one sec, I'm trying to pull my blanket over here. Aha. They're leggy. Oh yes they are. Oh yes they are. You're right. Very leggy. Well, I mean, aren't birds essentially reptiles with feathers? They both come from eggs. I love that. They're leggy. When I hear the word leggy, I think of like supermodel legs. All right, let me see what else we have, you guys. I'm just not like completely sold. Oh my gosh, that's way too big. Way too big. All right, let's see. Ooh. Oh my god, this tree's giving me a headache. Oh my lord, look at this. Something about this tree, like the colors, and then I think because the mesh is repeated many times, the tree is very like, wow, I hurt my eyes looking at that. This tree as well. I think they could have used some better trees in Island Living. These kind of just are very, they're very much. And I've seen trees that are this colorful, but something about the texture is a little bit off-putting to me. This one's not as bad, I think because it's smaller. It's not like, wow, wow, all that texture at once. I think of cute fur balls with the trees or the owls. Or both, maybe. Oh, I like that one. Oh, yeah, these trees are common. Bismarcks, are they? No, fan leaf palms. What's this? Let me try to go for more Island Living here. There's that. Oh my god, my parents have these. My parents have these in their yard and they're huge. I mean, it would make sense. This world does have areas that are like Florida, so, I mean. I go to the library that's close by here, and it has huge, I think these are called Bismarcks. They have huge Bismarcks like this, and my car always has to scrape against these things. Oh my gosh. I almost want to put it in here next to this. It's so big though. Let me see. Is there something smaller? Is it all this large? Oh, here we go. Here, this one's smaller. All right, let me see. That one. That one. There we go. We'll get it eventually. There. Oh my goodness, hello Kitty, welcome in. Oh my goodness, Kitty, I was late, Kitty. Okay, I was trying to go for 9 o'clock. I got stuck on the phone with my parents, which I love them dearly, so it was time well spent, but I was caught talking and I kept going. I was trying to finish a client project. It gets to 10 o'clock, I was ready to stream. I had ordered food, and then the driver drops it off. And because I live in a community that has a gate, she said like, oh, you know what? Like, I tried reaching out. I couldn't get in. And she's like, I called you and you didn't answer. And I'm looking through my phone like, girl, unless you got the wrong phone number, you did not call. So I was like running down. I ran down to the office to get the food, ran back. I wasn't even like running that fast. It was more of like a quick walk to try and get there as quick as possible. But it was so hot outside that I was sweating. So I ran in the shower. And then ran back here and tried to set up like the thumbnail and all the information and everything. So I ended up starting stream like an hour and a half late. But we're here. The gang is all here. Cookie, hello Cookie. Welcome, welcome. It all worked out anyways. You guys are still night owls. Speaking of owls, we're all night owls here. So it all works out. It's all good. And we've been having a little bit of Chinese food on the side. Chinese-Japanese fusion. I ordered some... I forgot what it was called. I forgot what it was called. Let me see. It was, Bourbon teriyaki chicken. There you go. It was either Bourbon teriyaki chicken or, like, Bourbon, the other thing. What's the thing called? Teriyaki or hibachi? Maybe Bourbon hibachi? Kitty Haws. Yeah, I'm usually up until 3 a.m. these days. Oh, well, honestly, Kitty, same. I'm up very late. I'm usually up that late as well. But some days I'm just like, you know what? I'm just like gonna cap out. Let me respond. Give me 1 second. You again. Kitty says, to be fair, I usually work 4 to 11 p.m. Oh, so I stay up late and sleep in until like 10. Oh. Where do you work, Kitty? Are you still working in like food service, or did you work at the hotel now? You're working that's like second shift. My dad used to work that shift for a while. Like, pretty much his shift starts like in the middle to late afternoon, and he stays till like really late at night. Cookie says, hi, Raven. Oh man, your iPhone ran out. Oh, that's why you said you again. Hmm. Too much chewing. I'm gonna try to speak through the food. Thank you for coming in, gamer. I really appreciate the gift as well. Take care. I should be live this weekend, so we will reconvene them. I had to take the I had to eat like the most giant piece of chicken as I was trying to reply, so I'm like, damn it, chew, chew. It's like those things that people post, like making fun of waiters. They're like, how's the food? And you're like, with like food in your mouth? And you're always like, An iPhone and Android. Ooh, girls rich. Oh, right. Okay, well, technically, I only work in the restaurant, but we get a lot of the clients from the hotel. Oh, are you working at the restaurant at the hotel? Those can be quite bougie. Gamer, hahaha, good night. Right. Take care, gamer. Thanks again for coming in. Literally so embarrassing. Oh, the whole like food thing when you're trying to eat. Yeah, see you in the weekend. Yes. Every time you say you, I get that silly Looney Tunes joke. You who? Yes, you. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Or if you guys have you guys ever seen Rush Hour 3? Like the movies with Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker? He's like, no, I'm you. He's like, you is crazy. Or something like that. But it's because the man's Chinese, so his name is Yu, like Y-U. He's like, no, I'm me. He's you. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh my god. There is this Rush Hour 3. Yeah, Rush Hour 3 was good. I love the Rush Hour series. I love in Rush Hour 2 when he fights the she's the Chinese girl. She's like I think she's the only Chinese girl on the enemy side, and Chris Tucker fights her in the casino, and he gets lucky because I think one of the statues falls and the axe comes up and gets her, and he's like, ooh, like what he said something so funny. He's like, oh, we would have been like a great couple or something, but you were one crazy ass witch. But of course, substitute the W for a B. And she's just there like on the ground. Oh, there were so many great moments, honestly. Yes, Austin Powers did something similar. Oh yeah, no, I remember Austin Powers for sure. I don't remember it as well, but I do remember it with Mike Myers. Beyonce's even in one of the installments. Oh, it was so funny though, so good. But yeah, the Rush Hour series is great. It's been though, you guys, isn't it crazy to think that the last Rush Hour movie was almost 20 years ago? Oh my gosh, like I remember watching that as a teenager, and now that last movie is almost 20 years old. I almost spat all over my computer. Because it came out in 2007, and we're getting really close to the 20-year mark. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. Considering that, to me, like in my life, at least as a millennial, I feel like it doesn't feel that long ago. Maybe it feels more like 13 years ago, 14, but no, it's getting close to 20. It's getting close to 20. I'm like, wow. Wow. And then Austin Powers is even older. The very first Rush Hour is quite old, though. I think that one came out in like 1998-ish, 96 or 98, something like that. I want to say 1998, because I think the next one came out in 2002, and then 2007 was the third movie. Oh, thank goodness thank goodness I cannot speak today. Thank goodness you're streaming, because I was so bored watching YouTube and TV in general, but I wanted something to watch. Oh, perfect. It was perfect timing then. Oh, Hezekiah, yes, I do remember her. I never saw the full movie of Memoirs of a Geisha, but I do remember when it came out. And yes, I do believe it's the same actress, because I saw her face on the poster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct. Yep. I'm pretty sure you're right on that. There's still like some older movies like that I do want to go back and watch. There was one really interesting movie I watched. Maybe Raven, maybe you may know what it was. There was, don't say that, Townie. Oh, with 20 years. Not me knowing any of these movies. Oh no. Kitty Haas says, when the younger generation start referring to the music I grew up on as retro, I immediately felt old as F. Oh man, that's crazy. See, the other thing too is, you guys, like I grew up with parents that were essentially both boomers. All right, so my dad was 1965, so that's right at like the very oldest of Gen X, but I pretty much just make him a boomer at that point. And then my mom is definitely a boomer because she's older than my father. But there are things that I'll reference where I'm like, oh, like the kids these days are not going to know what I'm talking about. Like I tried to reference Bewitched, like the old sitcom, and I'm like, oh, forget it. Like most people will not know what that is, or like All in the Family. You know what I mean? 90s stuff is much more accessible. So if I mention like Friends, The Nanny, maybe people have heard of Seinfeld. Like that was very popular back then. Maybe like Home Improvement, Married with Children, you know, things like that. They'll probably know like Fresh Prince. They may not know Sister Sister, but I do like that one quite a bit. But yeah, the references start getting lost, especially references that go, I think, more so into the 80s, the less popular 80s and backwards. I think like a lot of the references are just going to be like, I don't know what this is. Even certain cartoons, like I remember mentioning Shaolin Showdown. Does anybody remember Shaolin Showdown? I remember mentioning that to my class, and considering I had millennials in the class as well, they were like, what's Shaolin Showdown? I'm like, you never heard of like Shaolin Showdown on Cartoon Network? Just like once or something? Like I did not have Cartoon Network growing up, but I knew like a lot of the shows. We grew up with like Ed, Edd and Eddy, and like Samurai Jack, Foster's Home, Powerpuff Girls, even like animes like Dragon Ball Z and Inuyasha. Like I figured like they would know the name, or like, you know, Courage Cowardly Dog, like some things they know, but I was like, I'm surprised like nobody, the whole class had no idea what Shaolin Showdown was, and I was like, damn it. It was a good reference because somebody designed something that was like the villain's logo on his headband, but they didn't know. They didn't know. Raven, to be honest, I like the Jackie Chan and Owen Wilson movie more. Oh, you were talking about Shanghai Noon, Shanghai Nights? I remember that. I still remember seeing Twilight in theaters. Oh, wow. Thinking her name is Ziyi Zhang. The Zhang does sound familiar. Three's Company? I've heard of it, never watched it. Yeah, so I've seen some of the old shows. I have watched quite a bit of Bewitched. That was one of my favorite ones of the older shows. I have definitely watched multiple episodes of All in the Family because my parents enjoyed that. I watched Golden Girls. I don't know if it's because they're old ladies, you guys, like old white ladies. But respectfully, I just can't get into Golden Girls. Me and my ex tried watching it because we're like, oh, everyone loves this show. You know, it's so good. But I think it's just like, I just can't like get into it. I don't know. I don't know if it's the whole thing of them being older. They're funny, but I don't know. It's also not quite my humor. And I just couldn't get into like the plot of it. I don't know. I couldn't get into it. It's the same thing I felt about Seinfeld. I couldn't get into it. Home Improvement, not really my humor, so I couldn't get into it. The shows that I did like, I liked Sister Sister, love The Nanny. The Nanny's like probably one of my absolute favorite 90s sitcoms. That was a very big favorite of mine. Friends was good, but I'm not like a diehard fan of it. But it's good. I think it's fine. Fresh Prince, I didn't get a lot of experience with. So I think for me, my favorite like live sitcom 90s shows were The Nanny, and I did also like Sister Sister. There's also The Cosby Show. I mean, if we're not talking about that part of it, I did like that show as well. Unfortunately, it has that whole thing involved, which unfortunately dampened the name. But, you know, as the show, if I just look at the show itself, it was a good show, personally. I'm trying to think what else I watched. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I then watched entirely very recently, which was a lot of fun. That was a good show. That 70s show, which I think came out at the end of the 90s into the 2000s, that was good. I also had watched things like The Simpsons. I had watched a little bit of Futurama, a little bit of King of the Hill. I kind of wish I saw more of King of the Hill. I think that was actually a show that I would like more now. You saw Bewitched reruns? Like, with a nose. Hezekiah, I do. Oh, you remember it. Okay, you remember it. Maya, you never heard of it. Oh, no. Those are my childhood. Courage the Cowardly Dog is good, but that show is spooky. That show is creepy. There's got some really creepy stuff in there. Oh, Charmed. Oh, definitely, Kitty. I definitely remember Charmed. I didn't watch a lot of it, but I definitely remember the sisters in the house. They're magical. Oh, yeah. They were usually in the attic, if I'm not mistaken. They were usually in the attic. I think that was like their little hideout. I remembered a lot more of Buffy, though, than Charmed, for sure. I remember a lot more of Buffy. I knew that, like... Oh, this is bad. Cover your ears. If you want to watch Buffy, and you've never seen it, cover your ears. I'm going to list a lot of spoilers. Let me chew. There was so much that my little 5-year-old brain retained about Buffy for some reason. I knew that she had a thing for the vampire and the other vampire. I knew that she died and came back to life. I knew that Willow was queer. I remember that she had a girlfriend. What else? I also remembered a very specific episode of when Buffy was working at the restaurant, at the fast food place, and the old lady turned out to be the monster. I remember that. And I do remember the club. I do remember different scenes from the club. I think when the club is attacked by vampires, which it's attacked multiple times. The grind or whatever it was called. I don't remember what it was called. Something like that. Well, there was a lot. It's like, it's amazing what your little childhood mind can remember, funny enough. It's crazy. Ooh, chocolate chips. Yummy, yummy. What is Fushigi Yugi? Is that another anime? I don't remember that. Fushigi Yugi. I don't remember. Kitty Haas, I have a Golden Girls lunchbox that I keep all my... Okay. Raven says, I used to watch Charmed at 4 a.m. every night. Oh, that was when it went on Portuguese TV. Oh, that's so cool. Kitty Haas, the Nanny shaped my fashion sense to what it is today. Oh, yeah, the Nanny's so much fun. She's great. Fran is just such a great character. obviously that's her name in real life, but as her as an actress, she just gets into character so well. She was just so much fun. There's a lot of funny enough from some of the shows like The Nanny and even what else? It's weird, you guys. I'll say this. Back then, for some reason, a lot of the 90s shows had a very strong focus on New York City and just overall like northern culture, like what it was to be a northerner. So there's a lot of like even speech patterns or cultural things or mannerisms that I picked up from those shows. And of course I used to live in Rhode Island, so my father has a little bit of a northern accent. My mom does slightly, but because English was my mom's second language, she also has more of like her Vietnamese accent too, but she does have inflections of a northerner. I've also had like family members, of course, friends of family who had a northern accent. A friend of ours that is really close to the family, we consider her like a grandma to us. She also has a strong northern accent. So there are certain things that like those shows remind me of, especially shows that were set in New York or in that area, like The Nanny. Even like Seinfeld, certain characters from Friends also have an accent like that, a northern accent. But yeah, some of that stuff kind of plays in my head. Sometimes I speak with a kind of a mixed accent. Sometimes if I'm very enthused about something or angry about something, I'll either slip like slightly into like Southern or that sort of speak, or I go back to like a Northern, like a New Yorker. Not that extreme, but I have like some inflections. But I just remember the characters. I'm thinking, yeah, I definitely learned some of that from those shows growing up. And of course, with my parents also having that accent. Maya, I have a lot of experience with the Black 90s sitcoms naturally. They're so good though. So I've watched The Cosby Show. I've watched Sister Sister. A little bit of Fresh Prince, but I don't remember a lot of it. Oh, Family Matters. Family Matters. I've watched all of Family Matters. I also watched Smart Guy recently. I've been wanting to watch some of the other ones as well. Like, I've been wanting to kind of, like, maybe dabble into, I've seen small bits of, like, My Wife and Kids, for example. I know, like, Moesha was a thing back then, but I don't really know much about the show. I honestly, like, Maya, I don't remember what your like your heritage or your ethnicity is, but I do find myself really enjoying, like, there's a lot of like black sitcoms that I do enjoy, and I think there are parts that definitely I relate more to than something like Full House. Full House is very you know, it's just very that I feel wrong verbalizing it. It feels politically incorrect, but like you just look at like Sister Sister versus Full House. I could not identify with Full House at all. It was very much, yeah. Me and my ex who is Mexican, we're watching it like, oh, we were not the demographic for this at all. We do not belong to this demographic. It wasn't a bad show, but it just felt so not us, so not like the environment we lived in. It was definitely not ethnic. It was definitely not working class. It just felt so that, you know? So I was like, yeah, fine show, but definitely would not want to watch again. I actually enjoyed the sequel, funny enough, more than the original. But yeah, we definitely enjoyed, between me and my ex, we love The Nanny. We did love Sister Sister a lot too. Those were probably like some of our favorite older sitcoms. And then I also watched Friends with him as well. That was his favorite. Raven, also don't get me started on how Charm went downhill after the lady who realized it left the show after the second season. Oh, I don't know about much. Oh, excuse me. I don't know much about that. I didn't watch a lot of the series. I saw bits and clips of it. Kitty Haas watched the entire series. Courage the Cowardly Dog was very dark for a kid's show. Oh, absolutely. I will never forget Bring Back the Slab. That thing was definitely some nightmare fuel for me. Charm went totally off the rails. Oh my god, if you guys have seen, this is just a chit-chat stream, you guys, I'm sorry. But if you guys have ever seen Passions, the soap opera Passions, That thing was wild. Like, people were possessed. We had a doll come to life. Like, Passions was crazy. It had a beautiful theme song, but man, that show was crazy. It was definitely canceled. It was one of the shortest American soap operas I've ever seen in my life. Because usually those things can go. Like, Days of Our Lives, still going. General Hospital, still going. Young and the Restless, I think, is still going. I think, like, The Bold and the Beautiful, that may have ended. Guiding Light definitely ended. Passions definitely ended. But man, those were wild. Passions was a weird time. It was weird. That was in the area of Charmed. Like, if Charmed, like, fell into a soap opera and things got chaotic, that would be Passions. Courage the Cowardly Dog scared me as a kid. That's valid. Courage the Cowardly Dog is scary as hell, so I don't blame you. There are also, I will say this, there are many episodes of Courage the Cowardly Dog that do allude to more adult themes, like, if I'm not mistaken, abuse, unfortunately, alcoholism. There are some dark topics in Courage the Cowardly Dog, even spiritual things like possession too. So, yeah, it was dark. The 90s had a lot of very, like, off-putting content that was very experimental, but pretty messed up when you think about it. I think, like, somebody was a little bit under the influence of something when they're creating some of these shows for children. Oh man, hold on. For some reason, it's so hard to eat Chinese food cleanly. There's like noodles and sauce over here. I love Buffy, such a good show, although I probably shouldn't have watched that so young. Oh, yeah, right. Raven said, oh no, I saved my game on Sims 3. It's been stuck saving for 5 minutes. Oh. Pray to the tech goblins, yes. Cookie says, I love the nanny, yes. Raven, Fushigi Yugi is an anime about two girls who enter a book and chaos ensues. Oh, that's a pretty cool premise. You know what's an anime that I've been wanting to watch, you guys, is, I don't know if it's considered an anime. It seems more like a cartoon, but I think it's an anime. Is, oh, what is it? It's called, like, My Haunted Apartment or Shinki Apartment or something like that. I don't think it's Japanese, though. I think it's a Korean anime, if you will. And it's essentially about these kids. They're pretty young. They look like they're maybe, like, early middle school at most. But they explore all kinds of, like, supernatural phenomena that happens within the vicinity of their neighborhood. So I've seen episodes where, like students are possessed by demons, or like demons have like unalive the students there. And it's funny because like the themes are really dark. Like they're pulling these figures from real folklore and then also ones that they just make for the show. But the theming is dark, considering they're like, oh my god, let's go find our friend, and it's like, okay, they're dead. they just got by a demon. I'm like, this is very weird. We have like these little like chibi animal things, and then these little children, but then there's like these demonic things happening. I'm like, what? I mean, we've seen our fair share with like American cartoons like Courage the Cowardly Dog, so that shouldn't be as surprising, but it was like, okay, wow, this is something. Kitty Ha says, yes, I agree about Fran. I always thought she was beautiful even as a child. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen her when she was young, like when she was very little. Oh, Niles Butler. Absolutely. He's great. One of the darkest episodes of Courage was when they touched on exorcism. Yes. Is it that episode with Muriel where she goes all tentacle? That was definitely an homage to The Exorcist, if I'm not mistaken. The episode where she turns green and her hair becomes like tentacles. And she has like that like kind of voice. Yeah. Raven says, yep, the first 2 seasons of Charmed really felt about family who happen to have powers. The later seasons were just Demon of the Week. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, good, it saved successfully. Wonderful. Okay. Cookie says, they're the reason I fell in love with New York, and it's my dream to go one day. Oh. Funny enough, I actually have no desire to go to New York. Funny enough, you guys. I don't like cities like that. The only city that I really enjoyed maybe San Francisco. Not in the densest part, but I did like portions of it. I've also been to Chicago, which some areas were nice, but if you told me like I had to live in the city, I'd be like, okay, like it's not horrible, but it's not really what I enjoy being around. So I've never clicked with city folk. I never clicked with the city dream. Especially when you're charging $2,500 to live in a closet. That's definitely going to dampen the experience for me. But it could be fun to visit. I wouldn't want to live there, though. Maybe just like once just to see. But it's also very crowded. And I don't think the traffic situation has improved. I also don't know how safe it is. It's probably not really safe to go in cities like that. But there's definitely a lot to see there for sure. Just not really my personal... It's not my personal go-to, I would say. I would probably more so want to go to, like, if I did choose a city, I'd want to go to, like, Tokyo and just experience a different culture. I've always been fascinated with, like, Japanese culture, especially, like, folklore, the supernatural. The cuisine looks great. Unfortunately, I don't eat seafood. I don't eat a lot of seafood, so I wouldn't be able to enjoy most of it. Yes, Raven, I still remember watching the wrestling episode? Wait, for which one? Of Charmed? Oh my gosh, that sounds wild. Hey, Cookie, me too. I want to visit the MoMA. Oh, Museum of Modern Art, right? Also, being a theater kid, wanting to see a Broadway show. Ah, yes, you're right. That is there too. Yep. Oh, I remember Cat and Dog, Raven. Yes. Where they're conjoined, the orange cat and dog. Yeah. Sakaya, last time I seen Fran was in a movie where she goes to Eastern Europe to teach general studies for a dictator's children? What? I've never seen that movie. Cookie says New York trip, kitty. Maya says, yes, I'm African American and sure I feel that. Oh, with the sitcoms? Yeah, no, I could not relate to those sitcoms. Full House was one of the most, I will say, non-ethnic sitcoms I ever watched. I don't even think anything comes close. At least the other sitcoms, like Married with Children is very crass, but I think the working class aspect of it and the fact that they weren't so like clean, it was a little like fake how clean like the Full House family was almost. That made it more relatable. Even like Home Improvement. I didn't like Home Improvement, but the characters felt more real. Or like even Malcolm in the Middle is crazy, but even that still feels more real because they're all like working class families. And they're not always so like, oh, this is like nice and perfect. You know what I mean? Community? I've heard of Community. I think I've been like having that on my radar, kitty. My mom loves Passions. Oh, man. Raven says, I am white, but everybody hates Chris really resonated with me. I'm the oldest and we were poor, so we did get food when the school did Christmas food donations and stuff like that. Ah, see, I'm watching Abbott Elementary and I recognize the male actor, who's a lot older now, obviously, from Everybody Hates Chris. I remember he played the lead, because that's supposed to be Chris Rock, right? And I do remember he played Chris, but this was like, 20 years ago when he was really young. That's been on my radar. And I think Terry Crews is in it as the father. Kitty Haws, my mama used to make me watch Passions with her. Yeah, I used to watch Passions with my mom, too. Oh my god, the most hilarious thing to me was the whole thing with Teresa and Ethan. That used to be the whole show. She was like, I'm gonna get Ethan I'm gonna get Ethan back from Gwen. I'm gonna tell him the truth that he's the father of my son and we're gonna be married. And she would just like keep repeating that, and then like there was Gwen and Rebecca or whatever. She was like her mom or something. And he's like, oh, we're gonna tear Ethan and Teresa apart. And that was like the plot for like almost half of the whole show. And it went on for years. It went on for years. It was something ridiculous where they get arrested in the wedding and they're in jumpsuits or something. That show was crazy, all right? But I thought it was hilarious. That girl was so determined. She would tell the whole world her plans. What's the word, you guys? Is it exposition? The exposition in that show was ridiculous, I will say. I'm like, nobody is going to stand there and talk about all of their plans for revenge over and over again. We're not like Dora the Explorer here. We have to go through every single step, multiple times. But they were committed, though. Like, those actors were selling those roles. It was ridiculous, but they were working it. They were working it. Oh no, when I was a child, I thought Fran was pretty is what I meant. Sorry, I wasn't clear. Oh, well, yeah, I thought that's what you meant. Like, she had a good fashion sense, like you liked her style. Oh, Big Wolf on Campus also went there with Exorcism? I do remember Big Wolf, but I didn't watch it. Funny enough, Hezekiah, if you've ever watched the show Grimm, they actually bring back the lead actor of Big Wolf on Campus, and he plays a werewolf in the show. The problem is that show was not as popular as something like Buffy, so for people who never watched it or never came across it, they would have no idea. But yeah, he's in there. He looks pretty good in there too, with his cameo in Grimm, but he's only there for like one episode. Kitty, I've heard rent in New York is absurd. Oh, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Like, most people live in, like, really, really cramped studio apartments. Like, I'm actually moving to a more affordable apartment, but it's still very similar to this current property. But I'm currently paying around, let's see, for just the rent specifically, it's about $1,700. It's a little bit over $1,700. I think this is approximately 750 square feet. My new apartment is going to be a little bit smaller, unfortunately, but it is at least going to be renovated. But yeah, for 1,700, I have about 750 square feet, something like that, in terms of space. A balcony, full kitchen, full bathroom, full laundry room. That's on the unit. And of course I have other amenities. I have like a gym here, a pool. In New York, oh my god. If I were to like pay rent for a place like this in New York, it's easily gonna be double, if not maybe double and a half of this. I would imagine that this apartment with all the amenities and stuff in New York, like in the heart of New York City, ooh, yeah, it's definitely at least going to be that $3,500 to $4,000 a month for this. Maybe a little bit more, I'm not sure. But the real estate is ridiculous. If I were to try to spend $1,700 in New York for rent, I will probably end up in maybe like at best, maybe, I don't know, like an old, maybe like 300 square foot, maybe 350 square foot studio at best, which is crazy because that's like, if I take my apartment, which is, it's a little bit on the bigger side for a one bedroom, but if I take it and slice off like almost 2/3 of it, that's so small. Like, I could live in it, but damn. And for that money, ooh. Hezekiah, the movie is The Beautician and the Beast. Oh yes, I've heard of that. Kitty Haw says, I swear soap operas were as long as dramatic as Dragon Ball Z. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I've heard that there are some dramatic pauses. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm barely billing, but I'm having so much fun talking to you guys. Raven, I used to really, really want to visit San Francisco because of Charmed. Oh, I didn't know it took place there. Yeah, that makes sense. San Francisco's nice. Grimm never got the recognition it deserved. Yes, that was a good show. Really fun show. For people who like Supernatural, if they're willing to give another show a chance that's similar, I would recommend Grimm. Or Buffy. Buffy fans would probably like Grimm as well. Raven, my cat just pet her entire head in my humidifier and looked at me upsetty spaghetti because her whiskers got wet. Aww. The poor thing. Raven, Grimm lost the plot at the end. So much to work to get all the keys they didn't use. Oh, I totally forgot about that plot line. You're right. It was weird. It was weird. And they kind of did a cheap reset at the end. Although, I will say, if you guys have ever seen The Strain, I liked the show The Strain at the beginning. It was essentially a whole show about, like, zombie vampires. And it sounds ridiculous, but it was actually done really well. But it just really fell apart. And that kid was annoying as all hell. The kid of the main protagonist guy, he was annoying as all hell. So that ruined it too. Kitty Haas, my rent is currently $950 for a one bedroom, which isn't too bad, split between two people, but our apartment is very small. Kitty, the problem is I don't know what that money translates to in US dollars. It still sounds cheap. I don't remember if, let's see, $950 CAD. I think our money is worth more than yours, respectfully. So I think is that going to be like $800 our money, our US money? I could be wrong. I don't know if the conversion's correct. I'm sure the dollar's dropping now, but I think that amount would be like 800 or something, 750 or 800. Because every time I see book covers with prices, the Canadian dollars are always more expensive. Like if the book is like 25, it's like 32 your money. So it seems like it's about a fourth or a third more. So that's really cheap. That's like for where I'm living, to get an apartment at that rate, considering like I've known people that live in, unfortunately, very, very like run down old apartments that are already like 1,200, 1,300. Yeah, that's so cheap. That is really cheap. Because I can guarantee you, Kitty, that same apartment for that amount in US dollars, that same apartment, even if it's small and old, it's going to be double that here. That's how bad the rent is. That's how bad the rent is. For me, like I'm willing to shell out more money because I do live like very, I don't want to say frugally. I think frugal is such an extreme word, but I do live more on the frugal side where I'm like, okay, I cook all my meals. I don't buy like lavish clothes and go out to like lavish places, but I like to spend more money in my home, even if it's just renting, for example, because I feel safe. I love my space. I love the amenities I have. My neighbors are good. They're not like wild people who get drunk and like use drugs. It's just a much safer environment. I was in an area where previously we had police every single night. Lots of, I think what was drug busting going on, or like domestic abuse, for example. And then one time when me and my ex were at our apartment, we went out at night to get the mail because we had forgot to check it. And there was a man who chased us. There was a man who literally jumped the fence, seeing us from yards away, and tried to chase us back into our apartment. So after that, we were like, no, this is not safe. We were at a very low point in that apartment. It was also during COVID. So we're like, no, we need to go somewhere safer and better, even if we have to pay more money, which is how I ended up where I am now, which is so much better, so much better. Obviously it's more expensive, but I would rather pay and live in a nice place, in a safe community, in a better part of town, than have to live in where I lived before. We had some rough folks, like I said, having the police there, definitely a lot of drug use around. The run-in with I don't know if it was a homeless person or somebody that maybe had been on something, but they definitely were running towards us, and thankfully I don't think they had anything on them in terms of a weapon or anything, but that was very scary. So I was very glad to get out of that situation and then shift to a much better place, for sure. Kitty says, yeah, my apartment complex used to be, yeah. Yeah, that's probably what happened at mine as well. It was not a good area. Yeah. Raven, the Asian series I watched don't have these plot holes, so I changed countries, lol. Goblin, Hotel de Luna, Back from the Brink, all great series from Korea and China. Oh, okay. Interesting. Cookie, my father has returned from work, so I'm gonna hop off to spend time with him. I might be back on later if y'all are still alive, or still live. But take care, y'all. Yes, take care, Cookie. We're gonna be on for a while. I'll probably be on for at least another few hours. So you're good. I should have just changed this to like a chit chat stream. It's all good though. You know what, guys? I'm almost wondering if I should just get rid of this. The little divot. I like it, but I'm like, not sure. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Hezekiah, 1,800 for a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom. Wow, only 1 bathroom. Right? 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom, and a guest bathroom. And private laundry where I live. Ah, okay. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. Is it like a new place? Is it older? Is it large? It's small? That's a pretty good value, though, considering. Yeah, I unfortunately live, like, I live close to a larger city, so prices are definitely going to be more expensive, for sure. I've considered moving away at some point, but unfortunately where I teach is close to the major city, so I'm kind of stuck. I kind of have to be within the vicinity of this area, but I may move. I may at some point, if prices get too high, I may move farther away from where I live. But I'll cross that boat when I get there. Old, not the best neighborhood, but not the worst either. That's fair. You do what you gotta do. I've been in, like I said, you've just heard, like I've been in some pretty rough places like that. That was a rough one. My first apartment was in a decent area, not the best, but definitely very livable. The second apartment was a downgrade, unfortunately. But not a bad. That's not a bad value at all, especially in California. That's actually quite affordable considering. Quite affordable. Ooh, I don't know if I want to go with the hay on this one. That kind of fits better a little bit. Let me see. Yep, I think... Was it... Oh, that's not bad either. I don't know what to do. I do like this one though as well. Let me see. Can I make this? Can I not do this? I almost swore. I almost swore because I hit the wrong button. Raven. Also, Cole and Phoebe, do not get me started. It was Paige's fault he turned evil. Oh, see, I didn't know. I never watched Charmed, so you're kind of spoiling it, but that's okay. It's okay. I mean, I spoiled parts of Buffy if you didn't like close your ears off. Isn't Kaylee Kuko in there? I don't know what role she has though. Kaylee Kuko used to pop up in weird places, like in a lot of those 2000 shows, especially like the magical ones or like the dark fantasy things. I'm like, oh, just like Kelly or Kaylee Kuko just popped in. Like, what? I think, isn't she even in Supernatural too? I was like, what are we doing here? I like this, but it's very dramatic. Let me see. It's kind of making it worse, honestly. Oh. Let me see. Oh, it's going through the trees. Oops. It's going through the trees. I think I gotta go smaller on it, so maybe something over here. Oh. Like, it doesn't matter he turned evil, it matters how. That's why don't care about spoilers, lol. Yeah, she appeared in 7th season, if I recall. Oh, okay. In Charmed? It's funny, her characters never really interested me for some reason. Like, even like with Big Bang and stuff. I watched some Big Bang, but I was, for some reason, just not super into it. But yeah, Kaylee Kuko, like, her characters just never really intrigued me that much for some reason. And I don't even think she's a bad actress. I just think I just don't like the roles that she's cast in. Like, I'm not really a big fan of her as Penny, and I was never that, like, interested in the roles that she played in, like, Supernatural either. If I do remember her in there correctly. This roof looks so large, but I think it's because it's a pagoda style. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, I think it's just naturally that large. Let me see. Can I do this? It's so big, though. Oh my gosh. Can I just do it over here? Will it work? No, it's too small. She was. Okay. Have you guys ever had that moment? Like you see an actor everywhere, it's not that you dislike the actor, but you just don't really enjoy the roles that they play or the characters. She's definitely one. I've been like, yeah. Again, like, nothing wrong with her acting, just her characters just never interest me. Oh my gosh. There is one woman, I don't know her name. I know that she plays in General Hospital. She's an older black actress, but she always plays like this very sassy, grumpy, like auntie kind of character. And she's everywhere. Like, she plays the same character all the time. And it's, again, like, she's a really great actress, but I never like the roles that she plays. Cause she's always like kind of like the sassy, you know, like the sassy one that's always causing problems. It's kind of stereotypical, honestly, like the roles that make her play. But she's a great actress. I just don't like her characters that she plays, the poor thing. They don't give her a lot of range. So she plays that role in General Hospital, and I've seen her play in other shows with the same archetype again and again. Like, they kind of make her play like kind of like the sassy black woman, and it's like, that's really sucky. You know, I can tell that she's a good actress, but they keep pigeonholing her into that category, you know? It's very, like, stereotypical, too. Oh, you feel that way about Chris Pratt. Oh, you're right, Kitty Hawes. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Chris Pratt either. Yeah. Funny enough, I'm actually even more disinterested in him for some reason, and I think it's because he receives so much hype, and I'm like, Raven, my husband made me watch the entire Big Bang series. It's too nerdy for me. Yeah, right? I couldn't do it. Like, I'm very nerdy on a lot of things. I love talking about, like, references to, like, world belief systems, world history, art history, but, yeah, for some reason it was too much for some reason. I couldn't vibe with Big Bang. And for some reason, I also kind of got bothered by the fact that they were, like, very stereotypically nerdy in a lot of ways. And I didn't like some of the characters as well, so that didn't help. I just couldn't get into it. Oh, Adam Sandler for you, Maya? That's fair. Yeah, I remember I had just watched Click again yesterday. And I was honestly getting sad in that movie. I was gonna be real with you guys. Like, I was getting sad watching that, especially like it was closing in on my birthday, turning 30, and then the whole story about Click was him getting the magical remote and then realizing all the mistakes he was making with his life, both with and without the remote. And I was like, dang. The culmination does get very sad towards the end. There's a lot of very inappropriate things in that movie, but it was a good film. Like, I thought it was funny, and it did make you really, like, wow. Like, seeing, like, the choices he made and stuff. Looking at areas where he needed to, like, fix in real life. Oh, man, Hezekiah, that is, like, one of my least favorite of the Marvels. I can't stand the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. Respectfully, I can't do, like, all the... I don't know. I was not into the characters. I did not like the humor. I really hate Star-Lord. Oh, my God. Like, especially that thing he did. I forget what movie it was in, but there was, like, this huge battle or something, and then he starts dancing, and I'm like, oh, my God. I feel like I'm losing brain cells watching this. My ex and I could not stand him. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he caused the death of one of the main cast, like one of the main heroes. And I was like, no. Yeah, no, we could not get through those movies. We were just like, we liked the more serious Marvel films, but when they introduced that with like some of the weird Thor ones later on, we're like, this is not for us, unfortunately. Raven, I did like him in 50 First Dates, but I don't like his characters otherwise. 50 First Dates is good. I didn't like that movie. But yeah, he kind of plays a similar character throughout. Definitely very crass. He's kind of like that kind of schmuck character, you know, like, I'm here, I'm a dude, whatever, like, you know. Very rinse and repeat. I was also not a fan of Seth Rogen. He kind of felt not exactly the same as Adam Sandler, but again, kind of that I'm just a dude, man, whatever, like, just, I don't know. I couldn't really get into it too much. I only watched Guardians of the Galaxy because of Bautista. Yeah. He's a decent character. I liked Gamora. Didn't care for Star-Lord. I mean, Groot is cute, but I wasn't into his character. The raccoon, I forget what his name is, not into it as well. And the raccoon is Bradley Cooper, which is very weird. 50 First Dates is the only movie I like from Adam Sandler. Yeah, that's a good one with Drew Barrymore. Mm-hmm. I've heard of that. Raven, is that the movie with Daniel Craig as well? That movie, for some reason, I've never seen it, but the promotions make it look similar to the Kingsman Circle. If you guys have seen that, the one where they recruit the young, like, British kid from the streets and he turns into a spy. It kind of reminds me of that. I don't know if it's the same energy as that movie. I could be very wrong. I did like Kingsman, though, when I first saw it. I just don't know if it's the same kind of vibe. Let me see. I could do gates like this. Let me see. Ooh, I don't like that one. I put it in place and I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Maybe I can do something like this. Sims can get through that. What do we think of the doorway opening? Is that cool? Maybe I should open it the other way, like this. Let me see. Maybe I'll do it like this and then open it this way. I don't know if it looks weird. I feel like I like the vision for it, but it's a little bit strange. I think it's too big, almost like a car is coming through. Maybe if I put a wall here and then do it. Craig is like Sherlock Holmes in that movie. Their modern takes on whodunits. Ah, okay. Bautista is a great actor, but I liked him. I liked him in Knock at the Cabin. I have not seen that. I have not seen that. Is it a horror movie? Because if it's so, if it is a horror movie, I'd like to see it. You guys, have any of you watched the Weapons movie? The Weapons horror movie? I'm really curious. I went to see that. I actually went to see that with my date. Have you guys seen that movie? It is horror. Okay. We need to talk about that movie. If you guys have seen it, let me know. That movie was not what I expected, I will say. In a good way or bad way, though, in terms of what I expected or what I did not expect. I'm not sure. I'm in the middle. Like, if I were to rate the movie, I'd probably at least give that movie a 6. It wasn't my favorite movie of all time. It was definitely not, like, one of my top-ranking films. No, not yet. Not seen Weapons. It's a kind of ironic, Raven. I would actually figure that you would watch, like, horror movies. They creep you out. You don't watch them at all? Nothing? Like, not even like a little haunting or like maybe like a thriller or something? Psychological thriller? I watched a YouTube reaction to it and that's it. Oh, okay. That movie is weird, I will say. That movie doesn't feel like a horror movie. It is scary in some parts, but it's more like horror mixed with comedy, mixed with drama, mixed with mystery. It's very strange. But it's not as dark as I thought it would be, I will say. I thought the movie, whenever you have kids that go missing and there is some instance of like an evil entity or even possession, I really thought it was going to be a lot darker, but it's not. If you're going in for like a really dark horror movie, it's not it. It was entertaining to an extent, but not what I expected. Which is ironic because I think the movie's rated fairly decently. But yeah, it was quite interesting. It's a little strange. Let me try this. Raven, I have had bad experiences with bad spirits, so I avoid supernatural horror movies like The Plague. Best I can do is zombies and love Resident Evil. Yeah, that's fair, Raven. I also avoid certain movies as well. I do not watch horror films, especially by myself. Oh, nice gates. Thank you, Raven. I'm trying. Yeah, especially living alone. Now, I do not watch horror movies by myself. I will watch, like, at most, something like Buffy. I actually had wanted to watch X-Files, but to be completely honest with you guys, I have seen some really creepy stuff in that show, and I was already traumatized by the theme song as a child. And I don't think I could be able to watch... I don't think I'd be able to watch X-Files now living alone. So the best I can do is watching something that's more like dark fantasy or urban fantasy. So things like Grimm, Buffy, like Teen Wolf, Supernatural, like that kind of thing I can handle. Or even Ghost Whisperer I watched. But yeah, no, anything that's like real horror, like true horror, I can't do that. Hey, Calm Chaos, welcome in. It's my birthday today, so we're here with a little stream. Same feelings about X-Files? Yeah, like, it's so interesting. Like, I've heard so much about it. I've known it since I was a kid, but no, I'd have to watch it with my ex. We usually watch a lot of the horror stuff together. Otherwise, we both don't usually watch horror movies. And we're both very spiritual, so we know kind of like what to do if we need to do a cleansing or try to protect our energy. But yeah. Your birthday. Happy birthday, man. Thanks, Luke. I'm turning 30. Well, I turned 30 at around 9 o'clock today. I don't remember my exact time of birth, but it's somewhere at like 9 in the morning, like 9:01, I think. But yes, I'm 30, nerdy, and flirty. That's how I do. And they're all accurate all at once. Let's do wooden gates over here. Goosebumps was and still is the few horror stuff I can stomach, and they're made for kids. Some of them are creepy, though, I will say. Some of them are creepy. Goosebumps was good, though. Are You Afraid of the Dark also had some good episodes. Some of them were a little cheesy in the beginning, though, but they had some good ones. At 30, you're like basically our age, whoa. Yes. Yes, darling. 30 years of age. Let me see. Okay, I think we need like a... We need terrain over here. So someday, I think I'll get my ex to watch it with me, honestly. That's probably the better option. I'm pecking away at the Chinese food. You know, I ordered lo mein, but to be honest, you guys, I love rice. And the lo mein's good, but I just always prefer the texture of rice. The Legend of Sleepy Hollow had an amazing first season. Second was meh. Third I didn't watch. Yes, I did remember watching that. When they replaced the female actress. Yeah, that went downhill. Hezekiah, I heard from someone that they use vinegar as far as cleansing. Is that true, Townie? Raven, I might need your help on that. I don't know a lot about people using vinegar to cleanse spiritually. I definitely know sage, of course. I've seen salt used as protective measures, usually as a barrier. Vinegar, I'm not sure though. Rice is delicious, so cheap and versatile. Yes, absolutely. My favorite is jasmine. Right? It was so good. They had good chemistry too, Raven, with her and Sleepy Hollow, like the Ichabod guy. That was so bad. I don't know why they did that. Disappointing. But yeah, vinegar is cleansing. I heard vinegar is cleansing as like a real life cleansing, like cleaning something, but in terms of spiritual? Yeah, I'm curious. You guys, I've been wanting to do my dream series. I've definitely had a couple more. Yeah, there was one dream I had, although I'm really cautious against it because I actually had to take a break from readings. Without going into detail because I don't want to attract any of that energy back in, I actually had to stop readings for the last few days because somebody came into my space and they unfortunately brought too much of a heavy energy around me, and it affected me. It affected like my sleep, and it had affected even my cards in my space, and I had to do my own kind of blessing almost on the cards and the space overall just to cleanse the energy. But it reminded me because I heard of people using brooms to cleanse their home. Oh, I can see that, especially if it has like certain like herbs intertwined with it. Anyways, the one positive thing that came out of it, which I don't even know if it's positive, but I have been wanting to do the dream build series. I have very strong memories of certain places that I've seen in dreams. And these places are, you know, could they exist in real life? Yes, but they're more so like fictitious places that appear real. Like I dreamt of a specific school that was abandoned, or a specific like hotel that was nautical themed in New England. You know, I have like vivid memories of a lot of these places, and I would like to one day try to recreate some of them on stream. So I would do like a builds from dreams series, if you will. And I had unfortunately a really close call after that tarot reading that I had happen in a dream, more so a nightmare, but it did have a very particular location that I do remember in the dream. And the location itself was actually not a bad place. Things got a little chaotic in the dream, but it would be interesting to try and recreate those. I used to have a list of probably a good 10 or 12 places of locations I've seen in dreams that have always stuck with me. So I've been to variations of like an abandoned or haunted high school. There was also a smaller like little tower mill in the forest once, I remember. There was this very eerie apartment complex I remember in a dream, and it was creepy because the electronics were all on in a room. Like a TV was on, it was like in dawn, the lights were on, but nobody was there. It was an abandoned complex with lights on. I had seen, there was a beautiful scene I remember once. It was kind of like a very SoCal scene, almost like Malibu or going on Hollywood. It was like this street full of palm trees, and it had like some more like elegant like Spanish style houses that were a little bit modern as well, kind of like a Sunset Strip kind of moment. I was in the inside of a beautiful like Parisian apartment looking over like the Champs-Elysees once. Let me see where else I've been in dreams. Trying to remember like very specific ones. The Nautical Hotel was one of them. There's also this very weird like 3-story sort of Victorian house. It had like these giant staircases that went up it. I remember that. I've had dreams of different apartments I've lived in. Even there have been some very weird apartments. I think because I've been in the process of moving. I'm gonna move soon, you guys, And my dreams have been putting me in these really ugly ass apartments, and ugly and creepy because they're kind of maze like. I remember there was one apartment where it was 2-bedroom. It was kind of structured like my dorm, where it had like this big open kitchen living room space, but then it branched off into 2 bedrooms and then 2 bathrooms and then like 2 more closets or bathrooms. It was very strange, very, very strange. And then in my recent dream, I ended up in this very strange like oceanfront apartment. It sounds good in theory, but it was like this very old, like mid-century, and we're not talking mid-century like, oh, this is a nice modern mid-century mirror imagining. No, it was like a very old like 70s apartment, and it had like this huge weird built-in bed. You could see like the old like wood paneling around, and it was a weird open concept apartment. But I remember going into the dream and be like, ooh, I don't like this space. Like, I don't feel comfortable in here. I got a lot of very strange places I've been to in dreams. Raven, when I get frustrated and lazy and want to do a cleansing in a hurry, I use a light, pick a bright bulb, bless it, and shine it everywhere. Raven! Okay, so that's what I actually did with my crystal lamp, funny enough. That is so interesting. I took it and I stood like in the middle of my kitchen. The kitchen's not really in the center of things, but I was trying to cleanse my cards because some of the energy was affecting it. So I had the crystal, and I pretty much had like a mantra and a prayer that I did. And I had to isolate each of the cards and almost kind of like pull apart all the negative energy attached to it. And I was trying to hold the lamp and kind of just let like the energy of the lamp be there as like a source to focus on. And almost like, you know, obviously the light, it glows, it shines, it kind of like casts away the dark. But it's also like, it's electric. So it has like actual energy in it. But the crystal lamp I do use. I did go to certain areas afterwards to try and cleanse as well, using the same mantra and while leaving the lamp on for a while. But yeah, it was actually a little bit emotional for me, funny enough, because I had to get some help. I had reached out to my ex about it because I said, you know what, the energy is off. I had this horrible dream. I don't feel quite right. And he ended up telling me, yeah, like there was definitely something there. Definitely, you know, take your time to collect yourself. Don't do any more readings yet. Find your way to cleanse the space. I might even use my, I might even use my little, what's the word I'm saying? My little lifeline with my friend Indigo, who is very much more into the spiritual things than I am, much more versed than I am, the esoteric community. I may get her help, but I think I'm good. I feel like much better with the energy right now. But yeah, that was a time where I did a reading, you guys. Let me see what Kitty says. I always have weird dreams, sometimes scary too. The scary weird ones mostly happen in my childhood, but now it's pretty rare, but they always freak me out. It's funny that you mentioned that, Kitty, because a lot of the dark dreams I have center around my childhood bedroom, because that's where a lot of my worst early experiences were. So usually they try to take me back there. Usually my dreams try to tell me something when they get weird and scary. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For me, it's one of those things like with dreams, I can very easily tell, even in a nightmare, I can tell if something actually dark is entering the space. And unfortunately, that happened to me recently again after the readings happened. So I took a break on purpose to cleanse. I'm not going to be, I've had people that came in that were like, my life is in danger. Can you help me? Like, I feel bad for them, but that's something that energy is very heavy to have on the stream. Somebody also was saying they felt almost like they were being followed spiritually by somebody, like there was maybe some spell work or curse. But I pretty much made a rule for myself, for my own protection, that I'm unfortunately gonna have to turn those people away. They're gonna have to consort, or not consort, they'd have to resort to somebody else to do those readings, because I don't have the tools or the knowledge to defend myself at the best of my ability spiritually. And, you know, I just can't risk myself like that. This is not the first time where I've been like spiritually attacked by something. I've had many dreams where dark entities have tried to either capture me or trick me into doing something that would jeopardize me in like a spiritual level or a soul level. So I just can't have that happen. It doesn't stop me from doing readings though. It's just more of a barrier or a boundary rather, to where I'm not going to be able to go down that path with them. If they need that level of help, they're going to have to consort. No, I keep saying consort. They're going to have to resort to somebody that is more equipped than I am to deal with that. But that was unpleasant. I actually had to stop the readings. I was going with the readings and I just felt the presence. I felt like something was looming over me. And I just started to feel very on edge. I could definitely feel like there's a difference between getting like being nervous or creeped out and feeling it. But when that feeling is like looming over you, the darkness to me, in the periods where I've unfortunately felt darkness, it feels almost like ink that's like staining you or like starting to close in. So when I was feeling it, yes, it actually happened on TikTok. So when it was happening, I told everybody like, okay, I'm sorry, you guys, I gotta stop. And I didn't say anything because I didn't want to, like, what's the word? Not that I didn't want to scare people, because people understand that it's a spiritual process and sometimes things can go wrong. But, yeah, exactly, Raven. Yeah. So I'm going to keep a limit to the topics I do. Anything that goes dark in terms of like human violence, or like if someone feels like they're being possessed or cursed by someone, I'm not going to be able to look into that. That's just too much. That's too dark for my energy to look into. Yeah, no, for sure. The dreams I had, Kitty, were something like that. The problem is, funny enough, whatever entities were being attracted, they're not always that straightforward. Or like, oh, I'm a monster, I'm running after you. The times that I've encountered something dark, it's something that is like, tries to trick me. I don't know how to say it. It's just different. I know the feeling like in my soul. I don't even lucid dream or anything, but thankfully I'm receiving some kind of divine protection, or I'm also spiritually aware enough to where I've been able to somehow like survive in the dreams in terms of not falling for the traps. And recently I had also escaped, but barely. It was very creepy. I don't want to recall the dream just because I don't want to give it more power and bring anything back. But, you know, this stuff is real. And you have to be careful. You have to be very careful. So in that instance, with what happened on, I think it was Sunday, I'm now putting that boundary for myself where I will still do tarot, but I will not take on viewers who do questions like that. Funny enough, oh, okay. Well, Raven, you'd probably be more equipped. Like, if you had encountered the same thing, not that I would wish it upon you, but I think if you were to encounter the same thing I did, you probably would be more prepared than I would be to confront those things. I was like, in the dreams that I've encountered these kinds of entities, it's either like, it scares me enough to like wake me up and then I have to reground myself, or I have to, hopefully in the dream, as I am myself in the dream, outsmart whatever it is. I've had like, for example, a dream where there was like a person that I guess you could say is, I'm not going to say the word on here because it's a slur, but she appeared almost like a Romani person. She was very much dressed like a witch fortune teller energy, if you will. And in the dream, I was in some kind of shop. The bad thing is that when I was in the shop, I think she was trying to sell me a spirit board, which is also known as the, you know, begins with a we. And personally, I don't mess with that. I have a very strong opinion against the Ouija boards, which I just said it anyways. But it doesn't matter. Just for your awareness, you guys, please do not, like, I understand some people use them, but I strongly recommend never to use those. Okay, because if you can already channel something in tarot or invite something, you will definitely invite something with that board. So please do not use those. But in the dream, somebody was No, you do not. You do not. At least for anybody, even for people spiritual Raven, I mean, I would even recommend you not to use it if you've ever considered one. Maybe you're more equipped to use it, but even for you, I would never recommend it to anyone, just in the off chance you accidentally open a portal that introduces something that you shouldn't. Please don't use it. Please. All right? For everyone's protection. Okay? But in the dream, they had tried to sell me something like that, and they actually asked for my signature. And in the dream, I have plenty of influenced nightmares trying to harm me. The thing is that I pride myself on being a honey badger and will fight tooth and nail. Well, good for you, for sure. I wish that my willpower was a little stronger in the dreams. I have willpower in the dreams that I think saves me, but I don't think it's as strong as yours, Raven, like with your conviction. But yes, in the dream, I was at like a little antique mall or something like that, and I was in a spirit shop, and the woman was trying to sell me a spirit board. And I remember looking at it and thinking, wait, why am I getting this? And like, why is she like showing me this item? Like, almost like, why did she go like right to this item? She could have given me like a crystal or like a tarot deck or like, I don't know, something other than that. And she immediately asked for a contract. And I'm looking at it like, this is wrong. Something is wrong here. But I knew that like when I was in her little space, in the dream, I was thinking, I have to make it look convincing. So what I did was I actually signed a fake name that I actually use sometimes. I use a name that's inspired by my real name, but is not. So I signed it in the fake name and gave it back to her, and the dream ended. I had similar dreams like that as well. I had been trapped in a car like Christine, like the Stephen King movie. I was actually not aware originally that the car was haunted, and in the dream, I think I was traveling to school or something like that. Apparently, this is really creepy. There was a girl who had like passed away, and it was rumored, I think, that the car had something to do with it in the dream. And I remember seeing the car, and it was the only car in the parking lot that I could use, and I'm like, oh. Oh, yeah, no, that's the thing, Raven, because it's like, yeah, people are not going to use it safely. Like, with all those methods, I think it could potentially context something positive, but for a general user who doesn't know how to do it, oh my god, it's going to open the portal. My father actually had experiences with it. He was not the one using it, but his brothers did. His brothers did it with their friends, rather, and he saw them summon the Hat Man. My father thought originally as a child that it was like Abe Lincoln, but I was like, no, the Hat Man is in places. I've encountered the Hat Man. My ex has encountered the Hat Man. Many other people have encountered the Hat Man, so that was not that was not Abe Lincoln, unfortunately. That was not, because they didn't know what they were doing. They were like, 14, 15-year-old boys using a spirit board, and nope. Nope, and my family on my father's side have suffered from hauntings. I think they have also suffered from mental illness from supernatural phenomena. Even considering that they are, at least for my grandmother, she is a devout Catholic. So, no. You don't touch those. The fact that, like, they're considered board games is wild. I'm like, that is not a board game. Like, that's one thing I will get on board with, like, hardcore Christians is like, no, the spirit board, like, that is very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. And most people will misuse it. Most people will misuse it or treat it as a joke, and then it's too late. It's too late. Study first for as many years as it takes, then explore, not the other way around. Yeah, I mean, even mediums, even natural mediums who can channel spirits, I'm sure they also need to take a lot of time to focus their gift and ensure that nothing negative is either channeling to them or even through them. Because you could technically be possessed. It's dangerous. Like, spiritual work is very dangerous. It can have a huge, great purpose, but it's not done without risk. Even religious work is dangerous because anytime you are in a very spiritually charged place, you're always going to attract spirits of any caliber. Look at cases of possession. Cases of possession have plagued even the most devout families, devout Christians and Catholics. It's crazy, unfortunately. Just anything that is vibrating so strong with spiritual energy, it will always attract a mixture of entities. So your best approach is to protect yourself and try to be safe with your practices, whether that's blessings or avoiding certain types of rituals or artifacts, if you will. Like, I will personally never use a spirit board, and I would never personally want to. Tarot has already been risky in some aspects for myself, and that's as far as I would personally want to go. All right, maybe palm reading if I had the propensity for it, but I think that would be it for me. Yeah, Hezekiah, I remember you told me I've learned to control my dreams, and I've managed to change bad dreams, right? Kitty Haas, I used to suffer from sleep paralysis as a child, and whenever it happened, I would see the Hat Man outside my window. Oh, girl. Oof. Bless your soul, seriously. Oof. That gives me goosebumps. That gives me, like, Babadook energy. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. But, yeah, the shadow figures and things like the Hat Man, yes. The sleep paralysis, there are many stories of that. I have had that happen myself, and that was not fun. How much do you think past cases of possession were genuine, and how many were undiagnosed mental illness? Oh. Oh, that's hard. That's a very hard topic. Let me see. The reason why seasoned tarot readers use the pentagram towels and things like that when they're reading is because of that, to protect the cards and the reader from negative energy. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, Raven, the pentagram gets such a bad rap because even for me, when I didn't know much about the esoteric community, I thought it was just a symbol for the devil. I didn't know, because that's what it used to be, especially for, like, you know, Christian influenced media. That used to be the way it was painted. Anybody who, like, sees, like, images of witchcraft and think, oh, there goes the pentagram, they're gonna summon a demon, you know? When it wasn't for that. Like, yes, like, there is a symbol that is used sometimes in a dark way, but that was not what it was originally was for. It's all the elements that come together, and it's also a symbol for grounding. It is also for protection. My friend Indigo uses a handmade one that she made. She actually made it out of, like, I don't know if she used, like, real branches, but she made her own pentacle that she did hang on her wall, and it's, like, next to her when she does readings. It's a very beautiful piece, but yeah, the symbolism unfortunately got really misconstrued. Even I had to explain to my parents, because I bought a tarot deck that I have in the house, but I told them, don't worry, this is not a satanic symbol. It's become a little bit misconstrued. It's more of like a pagan symbol more than it is like a specifically satanic symbol. But yeah. The scariest part about seeing the Hat Man was the fact I live on the 6th floor. Oh my god, Kitty. Ooh. Yeah, no, goosebumps. Ooh. Channel the energy away. Channeling the dark energy away. That's creepy though. Yeah, sleep paralysis was not fun. I've had it happen at least once. And I do remember the figure at the bed. And the scariest part to me was I was disembodied. So my hand, let's see where I'm sitting right now, right? Like there's a doorknob all the way over here. But even if I was sleeping, I wouldn't be able to reach it. So when I was under sleep paralysis, I actually could feel my disembodied hand actually touching my lamp, trying to turn it on. But it was too far away. It would take me at least another like 3 or 4 feet to get to my lamp if I'm laying in the bed. But I could feel my hand physically turning the lamp and not having any contact. And that's considering that in dreams, at least for most of my experiences, apart from romantic experiences in dreams, I have actually never felt contact. I don't recall any kind of like physical contact with something. But that, when I had sleep paralysis, I definitely did. So somehow I was trapped in bed like this. My lamp was at least 4 feet away. My arms are short. I will not be able to reach that lamp. But physically, I could feel my hand physically turning the little switch, trying to desperately turn on the lamp, and just being stuck like this, and feeling like there was something dark that was growing by the bed and like looking at me. It was terrifying. Raven, as a tarot reader, you should have wards when reading too. A fabric with protection symbols, a charm, or black crystal to absorb the bad energy so it can't touch you. So I have considered doing that, Raven. The only thing I'm scared of, and my ex also warned me about this because we've had this experience, is the crystal there to repel that energy and protect you, or is it absorbing it? If it's something that absorbs, I don't want to keep it in my space, if that makes sense. I had somebody who was telling me that, you know, they were also a tarot reader, and they were saying that they used to have like a necklace that would pretty much hold onto the energy that they would encounter during a reading, and then they would put it away. But I don't want to have something that would absorb the energy, and then especially if there's something dark and heavy, I don't want it to sit in my space. So I would need something that would just kind of ward it off completely, dispel it, or just perform like a barrier, create a barrier for me, if that makes sense. I just don't want anything that will hold the energy like a sponge, you know. That's what I'm a little bit worried about. Hezekiah, I spoke to someone who's spiritual, and he told me that keeping a journal diary does help with controlling your dreams. Oh, okay. I mean, for me, I do remember a lot of my dreams quite well, especially the dark ones, which I think in a way is good, because if something like that were to happen again, how do I say it? I've become accustomed to defending myself in that way, being wary of tricks or traps that have been set in dreams for me. Not that I enjoy dealing with those, but I definitely am very, very aware of those, and also when something dark has entered my space. Something that's not just a basic nightmare, because those do exist. Nightmares aren't necessarily always going to be something dark, but sometimes, yes. It's okay, I had the spirit of my great-grandpa protecting me. Oh, lovely. Raven, it does, Hezekiah. There are lucid dreaming techniques. I don't want to touch with lucid dreaming. That's more of like a cultural thing, especially in Vietnamese folklore. We don't mess with any kind of... like out-of-body experience like that. We have lots of lore behind the dangers of either separating from your body or trying to like activate that level of awareness. I mean, to each their own. I know a lot of people who enjoy lucid dreaming and want to learn how, but that was very much shunned in my culture. Like at least for like Vietnamese culture, there have been people that have supposedly died from that, or have been taken in dreams spiritually. So I don't personally want to experience that. I do feel at least that in dreams, I am very aware as it is, not to the level of being lucid, but having my senses like in real life and responding to things like I would normally. So I think that definitely helps. So I'm not lucid per se, but I do have a very strong sense of self in my dream that I think helps me a lot, especially when the dreams turn dark. But that's just my personal thing. So lucid dreaming and like spirit boards are like territories that I personally stay away from. Just for my own beliefs and safety, I don't want to really engage in those. Raven, that's what this guy told me when I asked about one of the dreams with him. Kitty says, wouldn't it be easier to cleanse the crystal after it does the job? Raven says, I'll explain. Black tourmaline, for example, the crystal repels most and absorbs what tries to escape. All you have to do later is let it sleep for a couple hours in salt, or put it under a faucet. Oh. Could it also work to maybe like do the same thing, but maybe even put it outside? Because I have a balcony. I feel like I feel a little bit more easy if there was a way to almost separate me from that object just a little bit. I actually opened the windows a little bit when I did the cleansing here. It might just be like symbolic, because obviously spirits can go in and out of walls, but in terms of just trying to release some of the trapped energy, I ended up opening the windows when I did the cleansing the other day. The cleansing I did... When did I do the cleansing? I think I did it on Monday. I did it Monday evening. Both will dispel the dark energy. I'm always aware I'm dreaming, nothing I can do about it. Oh, interesting. Strong sunshine. Oh, well, I live in Florida, baby, so sunshine is where it's at. Put it in salt on your balcony? That's a good idea. I'll definitely consider that. Thank you, Raven. In your opinion, is it safer to just have it with me or wear it? I feel like I should start getting more crystals regardless. I have a crystal Buddha, but I've been using it for our manifesting jar, which unfortunately is just sitting there, so I have to do more with it. Yeah, I would have to definitely invest in some. Okay, so we have this path over here. I'm almost wondering, you know what, guys? I don't think we need this paintbrush over here. I think we can do this boardwalk over here. An option is wear during readings and then put it in the salt when you're not using it. That's a good idea, too. I like that. That's really smart. Interesting. I'm going to take notes. I got that in mind. So if I have a wearable crystal, let it absorb the heavier energy and then cleanse it in salt. And if I feel really uncomfortable, I can always place it outside. That's a pretty good solution, I would say. I like to cleanse my crystals in moon water. What's that? Is that like water that's been outside under the moonlight? I'm not familiar with that. I'm learning. That makes sense. The moon, interesting. Yeah, Raven, I don't know if I have enough moonlight either. I think the sunlight is much more powerful here. Hezekiah, here's one bad dream I changed. I dreamt about going to a neighbor's house and 2 pit bulls came out to attack me. I managed to turn one dog into a pug and another into a puppy. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a strong sense of control. Maybe I should learn how to do that, you guys. The last dream, I was running for my life. I was like, no joke. Like, if I had to, without going into detail, I was essentially in a dream where I was meeting, like, these new people, and they were interesting. They were a little bit, like, edgier, but they were nice, and we were going to, like, a party. And then we stopped at, like, a store for, like, I don't know if they want to, we stopped at, like, a convenience store or something. And then in a split second, I kid you not, this is just me making light of the situation because it was a terrifying dream. Those people just magically turned into something out of Silent Hill. And I was like, oh my god. And I remember being in the dream, I was like, I have to outsmart these things, whatever these are. And I remember telling them, oh, can you just give me a second? I left something like at the front of the store, or I have to go to the bathroom. And I ran. I'm like Sweet Brown, whatever her name is. Like, I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran. And they somehow, the entity, if you will, hid my car, which is actually the same car I have in real life. They did me dirty. They did me very dirty with this dream. And they hid it under like this kind of like crappy lean-to garage with tarp. But thank the heavens I found my car. I was struggling to like get the keys because I think I was trying to hold on to my belongings at the same time, and I took off, and like right after that I woke up. So I got myself out of that dream, and I knew that when that flip switched, when those people changed into whatever those things were, I was like, oh, it is time to go. I immediately knew in the dream that I'm like, that's one thing that I will pride myself in. I'm not a lucid dreamer, but I know spiritually when something is dark that has entered and it's like, now it's time to go. Like, I have to outsmart them, or I have to like run or fight for my life there. Oh, I have my lights too. Yeah, in moments like that, I'm gonna have my lights. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna try to brave it in the dark. Put it under a full moon. Okay. LOL, when I have bad dreams, I wake up, think to myself, what the F? Force myself to go to sleep, go back into the dream, and then it comes out honey badger. Oh, wow. Yeah, I had a follow-up dream that was not as bad as that, but I could tell that it was like, funny enough, it was me going to a dentist for the first time. Not my first time, but like in the dream, I was going to a new dentist. I'd never met this dentist, and he had this kind of funky office. It was a little bit mid-century again, but it was weird because he was too friendly. And then I remember he tried to like take me in a ride or something, but some of him almost started to become almost like the Joker from DC, like Joker and Harley Quinn. And I started to see like almost like Coraline, where the personalities start to twist, and I'm like, oh, I said, no, thank you. I don't really need that ride today. I ended up going in my car. And this was after I'd done the reading. So to me, that dream was a follow-up where any residual energy that was trying to toy with me was definitely faltering, because I was much faster to catch on and be like, nope, I can see through your facade, and I'm going to go by myself. So it was interesting seeing that change after the cleanse. But it took a lot. That was definitely the most emotional. Like, I actually started to cry a little bit from the cleansing. My ex told me that he also suspected that my ex essentially told me that what happened to me after the reading, he actually suspects that it was intentional, which really bothered me. If somebody really tried to either target me specifically or just tried to just out of a whim to try and spread energy to me. I don't know if that's true or not. I cannot validate whether that was an intentional attack or not. But regardless, it's still a matter of just protecting myself at any cost, at any time, because I don't know when this could happen again. But being aware of it is also helpful. Being aware and having techniques moving forward is useful. I don't want to think about if somebody tried to do that to me maliciously. I don't have any enemies that I'm aware of, at least. Unless somebody just wanted to cause a little bit of malice. I do know that with darker entities, you know, like I said, they are drawn to spiritual energies of all kinds. But especially for darker entities seeing the work I do and wanting to almost snuff out the light, it's definitely tricky. Definitely tricky territory to be in. Definitely tricky. But definitely not going to let it stop me. I'm just going to be much more careful with the people I interact with in the streams, because obviously I don't know these people, you guys. Like, they're strangers, you know. I know you guys a lot more, but I've had people that just pop in and I've never heard of them and never met them before, never communicated with them at all, and I don't know what their intentions are, because I can tell you, not everyone's intentions that have come into stream have been good. You know, there are people that say, oh my god, you know, you're gonna go to hell, you know. And then there are people that bring just really heavy energy that even if they're not trying to be a perpetrator, their energy is, I have to channel their energy to an extent because I'm connecting with them. So if they're experiencing like extreme anxiety or extreme anger, I'm going to be able to feel the heaviness. Not necessarily that I'm going to be depressed like them or angry like them, but more so it's still a heavy weight that is still changing like the vibrations around me, and it also affects what is also being attracted to my space, you know? Raven, let nobody tell you that a Thames daggers aren't spiritually useful. I have one that I energize to show up in the spiritual, and it slashes everything in its path. It scares them. Oh, like you've infused an object in real life that then comes to protect you, right? You've almost made the item into like a totem. Is that correct? I think I see what you mean. It's almost like Persona. Persona has a very similar concept, the game, where real life objects, even if they were like fake weapons, for example, they actually become real in the dreams, in the dream state in Persona. Yes, so funny enough, you guys will never guess what comes to protect me. I've actually been protected multiple times by my stuffed animals. My stuffed animals have actually come to protect me. So here, this one you have seen before. Let me go get it. This is really funny. Okay. Let me get cozy over here. Yeah, so I have two. I have multiple stuffed animals, but I think these would be the strongest infused, if you will. And you guys have met them before. The strongest one is Padme over here. So she's named after like the Star Wars character. She was originally a gift to my ex, but I loved her so much that my ex just said, "You pretty much bought that for yourself, didn't you?" And I'm like, kind of, but it was still meant for you. But when we broke up, we ended up keeping certain stuffed animals that were gifts to each other. I actually kept most of his stuffed animals, unfortunately, just because he didn't really have a place for them when he moved back with his family, and then he also lives with a dog, so he didn't want them to get ruined. But Padme is like the strongest one that I have. So she actually appears. They're full of your energy and they are loved. It is only natural. They will develop awareness. Shinto is almost based in this belief. Yeah. Like the aspects of animism. I love that. Like the belief that we have like spirits or I can never say consciousness. There are consciences and also like objects, even like rocks. They don't have to be like living organisms. They can also be inanimate. Irving, can a simple quote that you have faith in also help with protecting you? I would say so. Like a mantra, we would call it. I mean, that's also can be a spell, technically. There's a lot of things. Like, I feel like with spirituality, there's a lot you can do where, and Raven, you can agree or disagree, but I feel like there's a lot of things where a lot of it is intention. It's also having intention, but also repetition, getting into your mantra, or if you have a certain ritual for things to protect yourself or to even just empower yourself. That's a huge part of it. Obviously, there are, I've seen many, I've not read them deeply, but I do know that there are spell books that exist, though, if you do want to, like, follow the guidelines of somebody that's maybe more practiced, that uses, like, certain objects, or they have specific words that they have developed for you that you can also use for yourself. Yes, Hezekiah, it's one of the most basic forms of protection. Yeah. The biggest thing that's challenging, I think, with spiritual work overall, and I think this goes for like anybody of any religion or spirituality, if they're trying to really reach within for some kind of higher power, is you really have to let go of your ego. I was just talking about that with my father, and by ego I don't mean, oh, I'm like the hottest thing around. Like, not that ego. Ego is pretty much, how do I say this? I see ego as almost like all negative aspects of your human personality, if you will, or human thought process that hold you back. So pride is one of them. Fear is another one. Doubt is a very strong one. You have to really let go of all those things and almost just give yourself into your belief, your conviction. I don't really know how to word it differently. Maybe you have a better way to say it, Raven, but that's what it feels like when you do things like this, whether it's a prayer, whether it's tarot, palm reading, spell work, anything. Like, you really have to let go of all ego, and it's very hard because you will feel scared. You might feel like imposter syndrome. Some people may feel pride, as in they think that they're mightier than others or more deserving, but you have to let go of all of that and just really like let yourself into that. I just can't really describe to you how to do it, but it's something that you have to kind of develop over time. I definitely did not have that very well when I first did tarot. I was very much stuck in my ego, more so of like having to try and prove myself, and then also being scared about messing up or not doing it correctly. But that also manifests into me not being as effective. If I start to believe that what I'm doing is not working, the cards will not reflect the correct results either. All right, so it's kind of like yeah, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with that. I don't know how to describe it. It's like you accidentally manifest what you didn't want to manifest, you know? If you believe with all your heart will protect you, it will protect no matter what etc. Yeah, it really is. Like, it's a little bit almost like childlike, you know, like it's almost like Dragon Tales, like I believe with all my heart kind of thing, but it really is like that. But it's hard. It's definitely hard. I think, especially as an adult, I think as a child, you're much more like, open to things that are more magical, if you will. So you believe them wholeheartedly and with good faith. But as an adult, you lose a lot of that. You think, oh my God, this is silly. This is stupid. What am I doing? I'm a fraud. I'm not actually that great, or I'm not meant to do this. And then it just shatters everything. You know, that's where the ego comes in. And the ego is like the blockage to opening yourself up like that, if you will. I totally get you. I have a Pokemon plushie Pikachu that I've had since 6, and it's helped me through a lot of trials and tribulations. Oh, yeah. Thanks. I've been using a quote I heard in the movie The Dream Master. Oh, I heard of that. Is that the one with Macaulay Culkin? My ex wanted me to watch that with him. That's a Freddy Krueger movie. Wait. That really stuck with me. That's a Freddy Krueger movie. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm thinking of something else. The Story Master or something? There's a kid's movie with that name. I see. The quote is, "Evil will see itself and it shall die." Oh, wow. Okay, that's interesting. What am I thinking of? The Story Master? Something like that. But yeah, Padme has actually been here. She has saved me, funny enough, in certain dreams. There was a time recently too. This was actually before what happened on Sunday, where there was a flash. I think there was something dark that passed by, but it was very fleeting. And I had been in a dream with my mom in my childhood bedroom, and there was a TV on, one of my old box TVs. It was a Sharp old box TV, little like 12-inch by 12-inch TV. And in the dream, there was an image, a black and white image or video of a old house that was like a colonial or Victorian house. And as soon as it came on, you guys, like if you guys have seen The Ring, like the horror movie, I knew instantly that whatever was showing in that TV was cursed. And I said, like, Mom, let's go. And I grabbed my mom and I grabbed these guys. I'm almost positive they were them. I couldn't see them because it was dark, but I grabbed my mom and I grabbed the animals with my mom and we got out immediately. That was in the dream. They have also saved me in the dream where there was the haunted car that I was trapped in for a while, and they were with me. I was actually in the dream. I was in class. I remember being in history class or English class, actually, and they started talking about the Salem witch trials, and I'm thinking, oh man, this class is cool. We're learning about the Salem witch trials. I don't care if it's English because we're learning about it. It's probably because of the Crucible, because I remember reading that in school. And then I remember looking at my backpack. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Padme and Townie. They're both with me in my backpack. And I bring them. And then that's when I approached that car, the haunted car that was in the parking lot. I knew that there was a story about a girl that went missing that was tied to that car. But I was like, oh my God, it's literally the only car I have access to get home. There's nobody coming for me. And they were in the car with me when I got in. They were in my backpack, and when the car started acting up and like stalling and trapping me inside, I ended up grabbing them again and getting out of the car, and I freed myself from it, and they were also there again. So they pop up a lot. They've also defended me again in another dream where I had a spirit that had entered the apartment for a while, and there's a little bit of conflict between a spirit and another spirit that was here. And my stuffed animals, I have like a little shelf in front of my bed with my animals there. Unfortunately, I don't spend enough time with them. It feels weird. It feels weird, you guys. Well, hear me out, okay? It's like Toy Story. I'm like, okay, I need to give all the stuffed animals love because they're still part of me. And they're probably thinking, okay, we need some love now, you know, because I have my favorites. But I have ones from childhood that are on my dresser. And when I was threatened in the dream, I essentially had a dream where I was in the apartment and there was a poltergeist. The poltergeist was making the lights go on, the fans were going crazy, the doors were closing in and out. I was like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? In the dream, I'm trapped in the apartment. There's nobody here. Nobody's hearing me. I'm not seeing anybody outside. And then I end up going to the front of my bedroom, right in front of the dresser. And all the stuffed animals actually start to like float around me, and they form a barrier. They almost make like a cylinder around me, stacking up, and they enclose me. They enclose me in, like as all this chaos is happening. The fan's going crazy, the door's going crazy, the lights going in and out. It's like windy, like shh, it's like some poltergeist, you know, SHIT going around. and they form a barrier. And I think these guys were like part of it, or they're trying to like help the energy. Oh, Kitty, you're going. Oh no, Kitty, I'm sorry I missed you. It was nice hanging out, but I have to go to bed now. Have a great night, everybody, and happy birthday, Townie. Yes, Kitty, thank you so much for popping on in. I really appreciate it. I wish you could have hung out longer, but it was fun. We'll be back on the weekend, thankfully. But yeah, that was amazing, though. That was a third time that the stuffed animals saved me. They had, like I said, surrounded me in a cylinder. And it was a little bit like, I wasn't creeped out, but I was like, whoa, this is happening? Like, what? Like, I was like, I was in disbelief that the animals, they weren't like walking. They were kind of like just kind of assembling in place around me. And I was like, okay, like I felt safer. It was like, whoa, I was weirded out, but I was safe. It was like shielding me from all the chaos around me. So it's so interesting. So I do believe the, you know, like Raven said, you can kind of create your own totems, if you will. So she's one. My ex actually said that she has a lot of like my energy in her, and she's very loving, and to a point where because so much energy is in her. I remember that I was going on a trip, and he's like, oh, that's funny. Like, you mentioned going on a trip, and he said that Padme actually has like a very like connected energy to you, so she like wanted to like join you. Like, she actually wanted to like be with you, like not in a creepy way, but more so of like in a loving, supportive way. And then same thing with Toadie. I always see Toadie as a little bit more of a mischievous little thing. But they're always together, these two. So they have a lot of my energy. They're usually on my bed, or they chill out on the sofa. And I'll joke, and I'll usually say funny things like, I'm like, all right, guys, I'm like, you're gonna watch over the apartment for me. Like, make sure everything's fine. So they do have, like, I do feel like they have, like, a certain level of conscience. Not like it's possessed, but obviously if you put enough energy into something, it does develop, like, its own awareness, so to speak. But I don't want to say it doesn't become a spirit per se, but it has a certain level of awareness. I'll say that, all right? But that's why, you know, children purely put a lot of energy into their belongings. So like a teddy bear, something like this, for example, the reason why they're so distraught, because you can imagine if you put so much of your energy into something, it becomes a totem for you, and, you know, it actually contains a lot of your energy. So imagine when it gets lost or destroyed, or maybe even like locked up. Let's say a parent's punishing their child and they lock it up somewhere. The child is distraught because it can feel like the energy that they put into it, the love they put into it. I do believe that children, when it comes to stuffed animals like this, kind of like how I believe right now, I do believe that the child has become aware of the consciousness that has been like developing in the stuffed animal. Again, not in a creepy, possessed way, but more so because of the positive energy that they put into it. It becomes more than just a regular toy or just an object on a shelf, you know. So when something happens to that toy, that's why children are so emotional, you know. It goes beyond just that, like, that connection to the object. It's deeper than that, you know. The Bookmaster, I think. I'm trying to remember the name. Raven, I hate the ring. Scary, scary. Yeah, that stuff is... Yeah, so when that dream I had, Raven, I was like, oh, that is some ring, S-H-I-T. I'm out of here. It was the same exact kind of footage, black and white, grainy, like, shh. I'm like, oh my god, no. I was like, nope, 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 nope. Got out of that situation right away. Oh, you're right. Yeah, The Ring is hilarious and scary movie. This witch is messing up my floor. Oh my god, Raven, no. Yeah, no, Asian horror. Like, I watched The Voice, I think it was called. That was such a good one with my mom, a Korean horror movie. With the girl and the affair with the music teacher, and then her spirit in there, and then the Japanese version of Dark Water, or Korean version. That one's really creepy too. Those are really like, yeah. Even Train to Busan, that was like a zombie movie, but man, that was intense. That was one of the best zombie movies ever. But damn, me and my ex finished watching that after like 2.5 hours, and we're like, it was amazing, but it was such a roller coaster. So terrifying, so emotional. Amazing movie, but just too much. I would not want to handle that all over again. But it was amazing. But yeah, that scary movie thing was great. I love that, yep. Let's see. There's a Vietnamese guy on YouTube that does horror comedy, like the spears on the roof, and he goes and removes the ladder. Oh, yeah, I saw that. You showed me the video. Yep. I remember that. I love Train to Busan. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. All right, Miss Padme, let me stick you over here. I have a crazy voice that I use with these guys. But let me go over there. Nope. There we go. Asian culture isn't afraid of bad endings. That's why their horror movies are intense. Oh my god. Yeah, so like... Yeah, let me see. Way more emotional for me than scary. Train to Busan. It was emotional, yeah. I think it was more like exhilarating. That's the word. Not as scary. It was more like, oh, like I almost swore. I was gonna say, oh, S-H-I-T. But it's one of those things where it's like, oh, damn. Like, there's some... It's intense. It's intense. But I'm still scared for them. Like, I'm not like scared, like, oh my god, hide me. But it's more of like, oh my god, I hope they live. I hope they get out. Like, it's very intense. It makes you very anxious watching it. The ending is quite sad, though. Very sad. The ending of Dark Water, I also didn't like because it was very dark in a sad way. That one, if you guys have watched it, essentially what happens is, I'll spoil it, so if you don't want to listen, cover your ears or mute. But in Dark Water, essentially, there is a mother and daughter who live in an apartment complex. But as time goes on, the apartment complex becomes very vacant to a point where I think they are the only people still living in that apartment. But apparently, there was somebody who... Let me see. My baby Gong Yu dying? No, I'm gonna watch, though. I'm creeped out just looking at the name Raven, alright? That sounds creepy. That sounds so creepy just reading it. But in Dark Water, that was such a sad ending because what happens is, like I said, mother and daughter living in an apartment complex, only ones left, and they start having some weird paranormal stuff going on. As the name implies, the movie Dark Water, they try to use water in their apartment and it turns out brown. Maybe even black. Eventually, they find out that a girl had accidentally fallen in the water tank and is no longer among the living. And unfortunately, at the end, the mother has to sacrifice herself to stay in the apartment, being the girl's mother, the ghost girl's mother. And the mother, I believe, to my knowledge, she also dies. But she does it to save her daughter. Otherwise, like, I think the ghost girl would have wanted the spirit of the daughter. I was like, this is so sad. Can you imagine, like, your mother dies for you and she's trapped as a ghost watching this little ghost-ass little girl over here that was, like, trying to make your lives miserable, and your mother has to stay behind dead as a ghost trapped in this hotel with this ghost-ass girl, and you just have to grow up and live your life and just somehow, like, be okay with your mom being stuck there. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so sad. This is terrible. I was like, oh my god, why would this, who wrote this? Oh my god, that was so sad. I remember watching that, like, no, the mom can't be stuck there. No, I'm like, ghost girl, come on, move on, girl, move on. You're dead, girl, you already dead, move on. That was so sad. I did not like that. Train to Busan, the main actor's name is Gong Yu. He played the cute goblin in my favorite Korean series. Don't want to see him in roles where he dies. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely kicks the bucket there, I'll tell you that. Yeah. Oh, that was rough. His death was really sad. Yeah. Wait, have you watched it, Raven? Have you watched it? I had to spoil that, unfortunately. I forgot you may have not watched it, but yeah. I think you know he dies in there, so yeah, he does. Yeah. His death is really sad. Well, you already know that he dies then, so I'm sorry if I spoiled it, but that death is so sad because what happens is, again, you know, cover your ears if you don't want to spoil further, because you know, he dies, but the death is quite sad. He Um, if I remember correctly, in the Train to Busan movie, one of the villains is like this stupid CEO guy. The main character fights him off towards the end, but he gets bitten and he feels himself turning. And he knows that there's no remedy, there's no cure, so he's just going to become a zombie. And I think he says goodbye to his daughter, but he goes towards like the edge of the train while it's moving. And it's so sad because he's turning and his like eyes are glazing over, so he's becoming the zombie. But he's having flashes of his life, and he remembers especially all the time he had with his daughter growing up with her. She's not that old though. I think she's maybe like, I don't know, like 5, 6. She's a very little girl, but he's having all these flashbacks, and it's so sad because you can see him turning and he's starting to lose like his humanity, his brain. And you see him like smiling like this, and then his eyes glaze over. And he makes sure to like fall off the train in a certain way, I think, so that he is unalived on impact. But it is so sad. Hey Roxy, welcome in. We're kind of building, but we're kind of chit-chatting. It was my birthday stream, so I got on kind of late. I was like working all day. But yeah, it's building and it's chit-chatting, so I'm kind of like picking at the bill while we're talking about like movies and spiritual topics and stuff. But yeah, we were talking about Train to Busan, the zombie Korean film that came out some time ago, but that is a roller coaster. Great movie, but I can only do it once. I can only watch it once. It was so intense. Thanks, Roxy. I'm officially 30 years old, darling. 30 years. We're currently building a little beachside pool area, though. So this is for my custom world, Driftwood Shores. I did make a pivotal error, though, because when I was building this, especially for the city, I should have just made this completely grid-locked, I guess the word would be, where everything is like aligned perfectly. There's no edges there. So I'm going to end up going back and fixing those areas, but I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. It was. Oh, you did see it, huh? You did see Train to Busan. Yeah, it's a good movie. I mean, even if you know the ending, the ride on that movie is definitely worth it. The ride, because it's a train. The journey in that movie is definitely worth it to enjoy, I will say. Very intense, but definitely one of the best horror films overall. Arguably one of the best zombie films. Probably like maybe like top two for me, maybe top 2 or 3, maybe even top overall. It was really good. It was really, I don't have a lot of negative stuff to say. It was a little long though. It was definitely a little long, but it was good. No, leave space for the player to place custom lots. Don't fill every space available. Oh, I mean, do you like having space like this? I might just line this area with trees if it bothers me, and you can always just delete it if you need to. You know what I mean? Great, y'all. We were talking about zombies. I'm eating my law mein. I'm thinking like brains and worms. Great. It's like, damn it, I should have ordered the rice. Should have ordered the rice. I hate that. Like talking about horror, especially like watching horror things and then trying to eat something like spaghetti sauce. Forget it. Don't eat anything like red and saucy or meaty while like watching a horror movie. That's the worst thing you can do. Oh yeah, Raven. There have been worlds built for that. CJ Plays, also known as C King Lee. You'll know him as CJ Plays over on YouTube, but he has built that. He has reviewed worlds like that are zombie themed. Oh, thank you, Roxy. I appreciate that. Thank you for popping on in. Yeah, you don't have to stay for sure, but thank you so much for popping on in and saying hello. Hola, hello, Alexis. Welcome in. How you doing? Oh, that's kind of fun. I like that. Lovely, lovely. All right, so there's the beach area. I think it's looking good. I'm gonna take a break from the beach area and work on the area next to it. Let me see. We're finally getting to building. Hooray! I need to get better at multitasking. Okay, so for sure, with one of these lots, I'll probably do... Oh, damn it. I don't know which one. Let me see. I might do this one. I do like this entry point. I do like this entry point over here. Let me see. Oh, man. Did I bring back the fence? I didn't save it. Okay. I'm gonna go back. Go back in time over here. I'm gonna reselect this. Where's my fence? Oh, I gotta do create a style and then save it. Ah. Ooh, ah. Okay. Now I can do... Go back here. Eventually, I do want to get Showtime as well. I used to have that pack in the past, but I have to repurchase it. But I would want to introduce a venue, like a small, like performance venue over here. Ah, man, right on my microphone. It's the sauce that's ruining this. It's making it much harder to eat. The soup will have to be for tomorrow. Let me see. So we got fences over here, and then there's this. Okay. Nope. Oh, let me see. Ooh, I'll have to check on the tracking for my Oracle deck. I'm very excited for that deck, Raven. I have never used an Oracle deck, but I've seen many, many other people use them, so I'm really excited for mine. That is coming tomorrow, probably later. I think that's when I will resume Tarot. Introducing that Oracle deck as well. Back in 2010, I earned $5 by writing a blog post enumerating all the errors on the second Resident Evil movie. Too bad the site went bankrupt before I could cash out. Oh, man. That's pretty cool, though. Have you thought about doing more things like that? Like being, I don't know what the word would be, like a freelance writer or even like a guest writer? Oh, AI saturated the market. Oh my god, AI sucks. And AI is not even accurate most of the time with the information. I don't know how many times I've looked at Google AI and they Google AI, like that little overview that it provides. So many times I've seen how off it is. I'm like, wait a minute, this actor was not in this movie, or this event did not happen on this day in history. Like, I'm like, where is it getting this information? Oh, that sucks, though. I actually got, this is really cool, Raven. This is where our worlds are actually colliding a little bit more, is I actually received... Oh, hello, Just Call Me Dots. Welcome in. How you doing? I actually got an invitation to write in a... I got an invitation to write in a writer's magazine. Specifically, they actually requested me to talk about the process of one of my book covers. So that's going to be really fun. I'm doing that this fall. I'm trying to write a brief, like, commentary on it, on my book cover, if you will. And then I think it was in either February, March, or April of next year, the article will be published. So that's exciting. I've been in magazines before, but it's been quite a while. I think the last one I was in I think was like around 6 years ago, almost 7 years ago, back when I first worked in publishing. So that's exciting. I got it kind of out of the blue, and I was like, oh, I was like, this is really cool. Like, I would love this opportunity, right? I wish I could share it with you. I think maybe I will. I feel like I could trust you, Raven, if I shared my secret identity. Who knows? Maybe we'll come across it. I don't know if my face is going to be on that magazine, but it definitely is a magazine in the writing community, though. In terms of the popularity of the magazine, probably mid-size. So maybe you'll see me pop up somewhere. Keep your eyes open, and maybe you'll put the dots together. Bon appetit. Oh, thank you. I'm having, I ordered some very nice takeout today. And I kind of went for a little bit more of a pricier one. Not super pricey, but better than the takeout I would usually get. This is kind of like, they call this bourbon, I think it's bourbon teriyaki chicken or bourbon teppanyaki. I'm not sure which one it is. But it was available. I could order it. So I did. I was originally going to get pizza, but unfortunately I missed the window. They closed early. All the pizza places that were good closed early, so I was like, well, there that goes, you know. Reddit, LOL, that's usually where it gets the wrong info. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's tricky. Because Reddit is full of just, like, opinions and such. I see you as busy building. Yes, we're building... This is my custom world. And I'm trying to figure out some areas around here. This one is going to be... probably utilizing the diner. Let me just make sure I get the right building over here. I could maybe use even another building too, but let me see. Definitely going to make it a... Ooh, even a bar could be good, but we're going to have some spots over here, too. Let me see. We'll do visitors allowed for now. Oh, this is my custom world. It's called Driftwood Shores. So I'm actually building this. This is not public or anything. This is a world that I've been working on. The world is not finished, though. So the world itself, like the terrain and stuff, is close to being done, but there are some little glitches I'm trying to fix. But I wanted to kind of skip ahead and start doing the building. So we did some of it. We have areas where this is going to be like more of like the more ritzy, like upper middle class area. So my vision for this part of the town will be more so like rich Cape Cod nautical, kind of where the lighthouse is. I can't get this area to load. Let me see. So for example, we started working on a park over here. There is like the school rabbit hole, and I was going to make like a little gym in the back, a matching gym and a pool as well over here. We had parts of the city done over here, mostly using the rabbit holes, but I did also have this little theater that we made. It has the rabbit hole on top, and then I built the shell around it, so it kind of is like a extension of the building. That was one other thing we worked on. Tried to do some of the landscaping over here. Oh, I have Island Paradise. I definitely have Island Paradise. Yeah. We used some of it already. All the palm trees are actually Island Paradise. The bridges are over here. This world will only have 4 expansion packs. It will have Late Night, Ambitions, Supernatural, and also Island Paradise. I would normally request a total overhaul of this so it'd be compatible with Island Paradise. I want to be able to dive. I don't know if diving spots will be in this world, to be honest, but I do want to add ports. I love being able to move the houseboat around, so I want to integrate the ports for sure. But, I mean, at some point I will likely try to release the world. I don't know how or when. Right? Hezekiah, it's really big for a medium world. This is a lot for me. Like, I can definitely see why people like playing with large worlds, but this is quite a bit for me already. And you can still add, you know, if you wanted to, more lots. Or even demolish some of these lots and build, like, multiple more in that section, you know? But yeah, I think it's a pretty good size. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, I had originally planned for, let me see. Yeah, I originally planned for, like, really skinny parks back here. I think I may still change the city layout a little bit. I don't know. I still feel the need to, like, fill the gaps. And then, obviously, if you wanted to redo the city, you can just demolish it. But I wanted to make the buildings just, like, a smidgen tighter. I'm just not sure. But let me work on this area first, because I can always come back later. I wanted this area to be, like, the dining area with a rabbit hole. Let me collect some fuel over here. Oh, yeah, so Raven, it's a little inside scoop. But what I want to do is, at some point, this is going to be like the light version of the world, if you will, like the light, Driftwood Shores light. Eventually, I want to bring in World Adventures. I want to bring in University. I want to bring in Showtime. And Pets. I think those are the ones that I want to integrate. And also Seasons as well. So almost all the expansions, I would say. I could even bring in Generations, although I'm not as compelled to use Generations in this world, because I think most of the objects that I enjoy are from the other packs. But that will be like the deluxe version. Alright, so if you wanted the world with like more to do, I will release that version. I will replace some of the lots in here or enhance them with the objects from the other packs. I currently play in Obsidian Falls, and even that I had to edit because it was missing the nautical factor. Ah, okay. Yeah, I like having that factor for sure, especially with Island Paradise. I didn't do a lot of scuba diving in The Sims, but for sure. It seems more fun to do the dive spots. The other things seem like more like a pain. Like the setting up the ports, for example. Let me see what we have over here. We have a market. We have a market over here. That would almost be kind of cute. We can almost do like... I thought of doing the hotel. I'm not sure, you guys, though. Like a mini hotel, but I think I'd rather do... I think I'd rather do a building, though. We have, like, the diner here. I actually don't mind the classic diner. Let me see. Whoa! Whoa. Okay, so not that. There was this building as well. I hate the colors on this. I really hate the colors. They're really bad. I know they're supposed to be Caribbean inspired, but man, these colors is just like... Oh, this is not my design style at all. At all. Which is too bad, because I think it, like, kind of fits, but everything just doesn't match. It doesn't match at all. Oh my gosh. Let me see. That's a hospital. This is the default. You know what? The default diner is actually not that bad. Let me see. Is there anything else we have that we can put here? Not that. What is this? That is almost not bad. This is from Supernatural, though. Mind and Body Spa and Bookstore. Do we have that? I think we already have that. So let's do probably the diner. There's not a lot that I can put here. I don't want to put a cemetery on the beach. That's pretty rad. Cemetery by the beach. What is this? Merchant House and Cafe? Wait, what is this? What is this lot? I don't understand what this is. Is it a cafe? Is it? Merchant House. What is that? A business center also? I don't know what the hell these are. I'm not familiar with a lot. I haven't played with a lot of these rabbit holes in a while, so I don't remember what they are. There's this. This is also from Supernatural. It's a touch too big, though. I could put it this way, maybe. And is this a supermarket? It's a market diner. Oh, okay. Could have that there. I don't think it fits though. This screams like Florida to me for some reason. Like this is like something you'd see in like, I don't know. Like just old beach town-ish. It's like part supermarket, part tourist trap. I don't really like it. I think the diner's better. I like the vibe of the original base game diner. Let me see, is it this one? Yeah, especially because like the movie theater's there, and the movie theater's kind of retro, so I think we can go diner here. The other things I'm like, that ain't it. Oh, there's a mod for mermaids. Oh, interesting. Man, I wish I knew how to make custom tombs. Oh, the tombs are cool. There's definitely a way to do it. I've seen people make them for sure. You probably just have to go into buy debug Braven to access all of those different tools. Remember to place the dumpsters. Us rags to riches appreciate it. Store and cafe. Oh, okay. Yeah, dumpsters are fun. You're right. Let me see. Maybe I can put it. Should I put the diner this way? Let me see. I kind of want to leave space to go in the back, so maybe something like this. Maybe something like this. You vote for the other diner? Which one? I'm likely going to politely overrule you, but I appreciate the suggestion. Probably not this one. There was this one. Let me see. This one? I just wish it wasn't so colorful. I like the structure of it, though. There is also that kind of rundown one that looks like the Florida tourist trap. Let me see. I can say that because I live in Florida, so I'm aware of like these kind of old, you know, ocean wave salted buildings falling apart. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Like, it does kind of fit. I'm just not sure. Let me see. Like, I can see why you like it. I can see why it, like, would fit, you know? Oh, hello, Vampire Queen. I see you streaming. I see you. It is my birthday today, Vampire Queen. I'm officially a 30-year-old vampire, but yet we still don't age. Yet. Yeah, I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure. I do have, like, a supernatural section, so I might put that area. I might put it in that area. Let me see. And I do enjoy the base game one, though, too. The reason is we already have that retro movie theater, so it would be nice to have something to match. We have some buildings that are kind of Art Deco, so we're kind of thinking a little older. Yes, 30, absolutely. So let me try the base game one for now. I think this one was close, though. It's a little too big as well, so I don't like that too much. Happy birthday, Townie. I'm glad I caught you tonight. Yes, Vampire, thank you so much for tuning in. Are you like lurking while you're also streaming? Let's see, what is this? Oh, that's huge. I definitely don't like this one. That one's way too small. Yeah, I definitely saw you streaming. I was like, yep, Vampire is on. The one time I was like, I was like, dang it, because I usually watch your streams, but I was like, oh man, Vampire's on. I'd like to watch, but I'm also actively streaming. The one time. We'll keep each other company. All right, where is it? So that was this one. Yeah, I think it almost works, but I wish it was just a little bit different. It feels a little bit, this actually looks like a New England building, funny enough, also. Maybe more so than a Florida building? Let me see. Where is the diner? Oh, here it is. I just don't know what I'll put on the other side, though. On this one. I'm not sure just yet. I'll probably have to build something custom. But we'll have to do a parking lot first. We'll do the parking lot first. Raven, I gotta go to sleep. Almost 3 a.m. here. Have a fun stream. I wanna, but have to. Oh, no worries. No worries, Raven. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Maybe Cookie will pop back in. But thanks, Raven. I really appreciate you popping in, hanging out. We'll definitely be back on the weekend, so feel free to stay tuned till then. All right? Or you can always drift off to stream if you like. Oh, well, I'm not really building for CC. I'm kind of designing without it, if that makes sense. I'm not really designing with CC in mind. But yeah, I'm thinking the other one's definitely going to be like another commercial lot. Oh, good night, Maya. Thank you so much for tuning in as well. Good night. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we can fit a few parking lots, not too much. My weekend's gonna be hellish. I'll be lucky to have time to breathe. I'm dreading it. Oh, okay. Well, that's no fun. I hope it goes smoothly at least. Hopefully it goes smoothly. Is that the same wood? I don't know if it's the same wood. Okay, give me one sec. Yes, the vamps stick together. I like how we're both 95 babies. Yes, absolutely. I forget, Vampire, am I like slightly older than you? I think I'm slightly older than you, right? Your birthday's in November? I'm trying to remember. You're older, yes, in November. Gotcha. Yeah, I used to have a close childhood friend. I had like a friend of me back then. Like we were close friends, but he was always super competitive with me for some reason. But we were both born in the same year, and he was also born in November. I had like the smallest little bit of like panic, like coming up to my birthday, because I was like, oh my god, my 20s are gonna be over, and I turned 30. I'm like, okay, it's 30. Okay, we embrace it, you know. But it's so funny, like humans, like we're so stupid sometimes, you know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, your world magically did not end when you hit your 30s, but it's almost like one of those things where it's like the number is just like a milestone. It feels like, oh my god, this is gonna be some huge transition, but it's like, no, you know what I mean? Like I'm no longer in my 20s anymore, but I don't feel like I instantly just aged 20 years, you know what I mean? You are not, but I would suggest being open-minded, because after release, they would have to wait for years to see an update to be compatible with the CC from the official degree. Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate the suggestions, just call me Dots, but I'm just kind of just like vibing, building, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not really building with CC, so like, you know, if somebody wants to rip the world apart and like make it their own, they can, but this is also for my gameplay, so I'm just making the world in the way that I want to enjoy it, and then, you know, I hope people like it, and if they want to modify it, they can, you know? Yeah, because I don't know a lot about, like, Sims 3 CC. Like, I'm aware of a lot of the CC they have, like, you know, the store sets where you can make your own business, the roller coasters, you know, the custom worlds, but, you know, I'm just going at it with just the 4 packs that I currently have that I want to use, and then eventually I will also make a version that's like a deluxe version where it has more of the Sims 3 EPs, if you will. But yeah, this is what I'm working with so far. Like I said, players can, you know, do whatever they want with it, but I'm just gonna design it like with the kind of the vision I had, and then if people want to build on it, they can, or like, you know, substitute the lots, they can as well. Hezekiah, I'm going to be 6 years of being 21 next year. Wait, what? So 27, I guess. Vampire says, I'm excited to get older. 30 is the new 20. Yeah. I feel like originally they made it seem like, they made it seem so old. You know what I mean? 30 used to be viewed as 40. You know what I mean? I think 40 is at the point where, like, okay, now I'm going to start to feel a little tiny bit old. You know what I mean? It also kind of depends on... I think it also depends on, like, your personality and also, like, how well you take care of yourself. Like, you know, obviously, you know, genes are part of that, but... I don't know. I think the generations, the younger generations are getting even better at, like, keeping that kind of youthful energy up. Even funny enough, even like the older generations, like Gen X, I think they still have a very like a more spunky way of being that's different than like the boomers, for example. Like the boomers that were in their 40s, they felt like they're in their 40s. They felt old. Like the older generations going farther back beyond the Gen X, I felt like they actually felt old. You know, they grew up really fast, they had families really quickly, and respectfully, they didn't age very well. At least I felt like back then people aged a lot faster for some reason. Maybe with the advances with like medicine and nutrition. I mean, we still have a lot of issues with our healthcare and our food quality, but I don't know, for some reason people just aged really poorly back then. Really poorly. We're talking like somebody who would be like, let's say me, I'm 30 right now, and if I look at somebody in the boomer generation at 30, they look more like 45. You know, I don't know why. And there's definitely, you know, certain patterns with certain, you know, don't want to make it about that, but, you know, certain peoples don't age the best, but overall, the people seem to age a lot faster back then. I don't know why. I really don't know why, though. And people say, oh, yeah, well, you know, it's all about, like, the, you know, the hairstyles and the fashion. I'm like, to a degree, yes, like, it makes them look older, but people really did. Like, I've seen many pictures of people, and I'm like, wow. I was like, okay, well, there's definitely things to be grateful for with the modern era. Cigarettes, yeah, multiple children, I think certain things about diet also didn't help Vampire. Like, I remember, like, people make fun of, like, breakfasts with, like, you know, like, families in the 50s, and they're like, oh, here's the pancakes with the bacon and the beef. Like, they were definitely a lot, like, they ate a lot of heavier foods. Like, yes, it was more, I think it was, like, less processed back then. But in terms of, like, eating, like, super health-conscious meals, I don't think that they were as heavily focused on that. I think a lot of the meals are much more, like, rich and savory and more, like, hearty meals. But they were not necessarily, like, the lightest or the or the healthiest. You know what I mean? Dots. Okay, thanks for understanding my point of view, and sorry for being pushy. I just got out of my bed and feeling grumpy. Okay. Yeah, it's also like for me, just call me Dots, like out of context, like I work as a graphic designer, so like it's a little bit of like, I don't want to say trauma. I don't like using the word trauma because I don't like to use that word loosely, but I'm just so used to people telling me what to design. So it's like by nature, I just want to be like, let me just like have fun with it. I just want to do whatever, because by nature, in my day job, I always have to answer to somebody else. So like Sims is where I feel kind of liberated, where like if I want to put a carnival ride here, if I want to put like a vampire lair, I can do anything I want with the lot, you know? So I like having that freedom. Like I like suggestions, but if they feel like they're starting to be like backseating me, then I get a little bit agitated, because it's like, this is my expression. This is like my vision for what I want for once. Whereas like in my day job, unfortunately, as much as I like being creative, I'm constantly shackled by the wants of the client, the investors, the ad requirements, you know what I mean? So when it comes to my Sims, like I do take it very, not personally, but I do keep it close to my heart, because this is the way I enjoy being creative. That's not my job. So yeah, with this world, I've been working on this for so long. I've been working on this for probably getting close to a year now, because I just haven't had a lot of time, unfortunately. So I've really just been trying to figure out like how I want the world to look, what the gameplay is going to be like. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm kind of feeling my way through. I don't want to like say, oh, I need this. And I also don't want to go into it with no plan either. So I'm trying to kind of like play it by ear with how I build it out, you know. They did really become obese, I give them that. They were looking old, they were looking pretty old, but they were not as obese as today. I will give them that. Yeah, so I think with that, certain things like alcoholism, cigarettes, cigars, I think a lot of stress also. They were a generation that lived through war. They had families really early on, so that takes a lot out of you. Stress definitely ages you a lot. And they were certainly in a generation that was really focused on growing up fast. And it was looked down upon if you were like childish or if you didn't have your life together. So it's a different time. Like, it's a positive thing in a sense to be very mature and put together, but the pressure to do that is also not very, it's not great socially to have that constant pressure to be like, oh, we need you to be prim and proper and adult and have children and have a full-time job and have a family and have a house. Like, it's very cookie cutter. It's very cookie cutter, and it's not for everybody. I would certainly not be happy living in that era, especially as a marginalized person. Forget it. Most of us here are marginalized people, so the 50s and 60s would suck ass for us, okay? Mark, hello, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, that's never an era that people are always like, oh my god, it was so nice back then. And I'm like, yeah, because you were like of privilege. You were of a certain demographic that didn't have to resort to, or not resort to, I mean, you were in a certain demographic that didn't have to worry about like prejudice and discrimination and rights being taken away. So I'm not gonna listen to that. Yeah, no, that's the thing I hate about that generation of America, like that 50s, like mostly the 50s, 60s is where you start to see a little bit of that like progression, like civil rights movement and stuff, but 50s, yeah, also extremely religious, more so than right now. I mean, we're kind of falling back into that place, but yeah, I'm like, no thank you, I don't want to go back there. I would be public enemy number one. I'd be public enemy number one, y'all, okay? It's like, I'm part of the LGBT community, strike number one. I'm a biracial person as a result of an interracial marriage, strike two. I'm a member of the esoteric community, which is practically a witch in their eyes, strike three. Anything else? Anything else? Yeah, I would not like that era at all, personally. Oh, graphic designer as well. Interesting. Painting on UV maps manually, etc. But I get it for not making your chill time like it's your job. Yeah. I enjoy my job, but there are definitely times where I feel very shackled, especially when it's a matter of like when clients don't listen. I think that's extremely frustrating because it's like you're not going to sit there, you know, granted we all make mistakes. You could go to your doctor's office and the doctor could make a mistake, but like it's one of those things where are you really going to sit there and argue over everything with your doctor saying, "Oh, are you sure about the medication? Are you sure about the diagnosis? Are you sure about your advice? Are you sure about this referral?" And it happens all the time in design where it's like they have this fallacy of, oh, well, I can have an opinion and I can know a little bit about art. I've done art before. I've done something creative before. So let me have my feedback. And the worst thing ever is watching a client ruin their design. And I'm sitting there damn well knowing that this is going to be a failure. I've actually argued with clients many times, and you wouldn't think that like I would do that. I mean, I'm pretty outspoken, but you probably wouldn't think of me as the arguing type. But I would tell them, look, like you're making a mistake. I can do this for you, but I can guarantee you, professionally speaking from experience, that this doesn't work. This design doesn't work. This doesn't fit your audience. This doesn't fit your industry. So if you are ready to accept that this design may not get you the results you want, after I've already given you my professional opinion, then yes, I will do it. You know, like, but it's just people are that stubborn. They just don't respect the expertise that's given, and it's very frustrating at times. I love clients who do listen. I love also getting feedback though, because there are times where like feedback when done well is like, wow, okay, let's explore that. I didn't think of it that way. Versus somebody who's just being like defensive and they're just desperate to get something done in their certain ways where they're not listening to reason. That's what concerns me. You know what I mean? Because for me, like, and I'm sure Dots, you're the same way. Oh, no. I don't work for a gaming company. No. I work for, I'm firstly an instructor. So I work as a graphic design instructor for higher ed. I also do freelance work for a creative agency. I work for a publisher as well under a freelance basis. And then I also run my own business, which is mostly catered to serving independent authors. I don't work in gaming at all. No. No, very different space. I'm very like traditional graphic design mixed with teaching and then also publishing. So I work in like logos and branding, package design, web and UI design and layout, motion graphics. I can do photo manipulation and vector illustration. That's kind of my area of expertise. Typography, editorial design, that kind of thing. To some extent, environmental even. Not environmental as in like nature, but more so of like any kinds of like window decals, wall graphics kind of thing. I actually just recently got assigned a billboard, which is interesting. So that's kind of the space I'm in. More of like marketing and advertising with publishing. But yeah, a lot of times just clients don't listen. I'm sure you've had that experience. Any creative probably has had the experience, whether you're working in design, art, fashion, culinary maybe, creative writing. There's always that client's like, no, well, I know writing to an extent, or I know art or music to an extent. And you're sitting there like, oh gosh, like, it's like, I went for years of training for this. Okay, college and years of professional experience, and you're just gonna sit there and argue about this font that I'm telling you is just gonna not work. It's like, trust me on this, please. Dots, that's honestly kind of a weird question. I'm just not into gaming in that way. Like, I don't want to work in gaming. Like, I like The Sims, for example, but I'm not a hardcore gamer, and it's just not really a field that I personally, I appreciate it. I love to see people work in the field, but it doesn't call to me to work in the gaming industry, if that makes sense. Something is wrong here. How come I cannot put the tiles down? Is it this? Let me see. Oh, I think it's the bush. I think it's the bush. There we go. Okay. Now I can do the shrubs. Okay. So I do like that. Let me fix this area over here, though. So we got the boardwalk in there. Lovely. Let's see. Yep, I think the gate should work. I kind of want to add something else over here, but I'm not sure. Maybe like surfboards or something? I'm not sure. Why weird? You sound like you could be a way better designer than the current industry offers. No, I think it just kind of came from left field because I'm not like a hardcore gamer. Like, I just mainly play Sims. I play like a couple fighting games here and there, but yeah, no, it's just, it doesn't really call to me, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't call to me, you know? I guess, like, in part of it, it could be cool, but, yeah. I like working more so with, like, small businesses, for example. Funny enough, I do a lot of more corporate design work as well, which actually was more of my style, but I do also some more, like, fantasy stuff here and there. But again, mainly with publishing, I would say. I've always been interested in like writing and stories. I tried to do a little bit of writing myself, but didn't really have the time, and I kind of just lost momentum as well. But originally as a child, I did write a lot. I tried to illustrate books as well. So I always had a little bit of a pull towards just publishing because I enjoy like learning, education. I enjoyed reading a lot as a child too. So that's where that pull was in. A lot of my career and a lot of the money I've made was in publishing, like working in that space. And even growing up, like even going to college and everything, I did want to work, or at least collaborate with agencies, but they work with like anywhere from like restaurants to like event venues, even things like, you know, healthcare specialists, lawyers. I don't know. I enjoy it. I enjoy branding. I also like seeing my designs being used in that way, kind of like helping other businesses succeed and keeping those, how do I say it? Keeping like a diverse range of clients, like different types of products you can work on. It's really nice having that range. For gaming, I don't really know what I would even do. I think maybe like a UI design of gaming. That's really the only thing I can see. I'm not like a digital illustrator, so concept art would not be my strong suit, you know? I don't also know any 3D, so again, that's also off the table. So it's just not really a good fit, unfortunately. I don't know VFX, so I'd be limited to only doing like UI design, unfortunately. I can do a lot, just not within the realm of gaming. It would take a lot of learning, and especially with AI and everything, it's quite messy now, so yeah, that's unfortunately why it just doesn't speak to me. I do have a friend that is in gaming though, but she's a VFX artist, like a visual effects artist. She's always had more of that pull versus going into like traditional agency space, which is usually where most of us go, to like creative agency, advertising agency, in-house branding. Yeah, I would enjoy UI, but yeah. Let me see. Oh my god, I'm getting carried away. I'm supposed to be doing the parking lot over here. Okay. Let me see. Did I get the wood? Make sure I got it over here. My devices are not updating at all, you guys. It's very confusing. Let me see. Okay, I think it's fine. Can I... Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me do a BRB over here. YouTube is so unreliable sometimes. I'm looking at it like, that did not update properly? Let me see. Okay, I'm still there. Oh, sorry, Hezekiah. Good night if you are still here, but thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. I totally missed that message. You also a YouTuber, huh? Yes. Yep. I dual stream. I've just started getting back into streaming though because my life is pretty busy. Yeah, we'll catch you next time for sure. Thank you so much for stopping by, Hezekiah. I'll probably see you this weekend. Might actually be back. Let me see. There's a chance I might be back tomorrow, but we'll see. Either tomorrow or maybe even Thursday. I might even be back Thursday, actually. So we'll see. Okay, so that is that. But have a good night. Thanks again. I'm probably not going to be up too much longer either. It's been a long day. Okay, so let's do this. Wait a second, don't we have an ice cream truck? Don't we have an ice cream truck, you guys? We can actually use that here. Let me see. Whenever you can, no rush, but can I suggest request a video on how to make a port? I'm trying to build in Sims 3 a port that I can place anywhere and not have the terrain look weird. Oh, you know what? To be honest with you, I've actually never done it myself, so I'm actually gonna have to watch a video too. I was gonna try to use one of the pre-made ones, but yeah, I was a little bit concerned about that, of how it'll interact with the terrain. It's a good question. That's gonna be a little bit tricky for me as well. Oops. Let me see. How many can we do here? We're gonna create like 3 very tight parking spots. Let me see. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Let me just make it go all the way. This is better because I can fit in more spaces. Oops. There we go. Okay. And then... Oh. Alright. Do... that? I think... How many spaces does this go? Does it go 2? Is it 2 over here? I cannot tell. I think it's 3. I think it's 3. Usually has a fall in terrain, makes the borders like you at lower terrain very low. Oh, I think I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean, yeah. Like it'll look very unnatural, so to speak. Yeah, I think I know exactly what you mean. It kind of dips it down very abruptly. All right, that's decent. An area over here. I should probably make more of a sitting area though. Let me see. Want some area in the back. We could do that though. Let me see. I don't mind how this is looking like so far. Do me that. And then almost want a little bit of an area for foliage, but let's see. So yes, I'm asking if you can make an updated video on how to fix that. Whenever you can, because no YouTuber will tell you the pain. Whenever the pain. Well, honestly, unfortunately, I don't really do like a lot of YouTube videos anymore. The only ones I do are building, so unfortunately, I'm not really your guy either. I'm sorry to be like the Debbie Downer today, but yeah, no, I don't really do tutorials, unfortunately. Especially because I don't even know how to do it myself. But I do know it's not going to be easy. I do know that because I've heard about like the way the ports work, and they're a little tricky. They're a little tricky. Maybe CJ would know. If you know CJ plays, it's possible that he would know how. Let me see. I want to do something small. Something tiny. He's too popular for you to ask? Oh, you know CJ. I don't think he would mind, though. He does a lot more content than I do, for sure. Especially with Sims 3, so I think he'd be the better person to ask, personally. I went to his channel and was very unnoticed when he was live streaming. Oh, I see. I'm curious, Dots, what other streamers do you follow? I feel like I've seen your avatar before. Cotton stock? Okay. Well, I don't think that they're trying to be rude. I think they're probably just maybe overwhelmed because they have a lot of people there. It's a good idea for a tutorial, but obviously if they don't have time to do it, or if it's not really part of their programming, you know, they just may not want to offer it. Like for me, it's not something I offer. Like I don't typically do tutorials, and I also don't have a lot of time. Usually if I do tutorials, I do them on design stuff, not for Sims. Especially for something that I don't know how to do. Let me see here. I don't like those for some reason. I'm not a fan of a lot of these, like, flower bed things. This one's okay to an extent, but it's like, could be better. Vampire says, I believe Rakowski has a car, or has a video on it, a carport. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for letting me know, Dots. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Dots, Vampire Dots, I believe, is asking about houseboats. Those, like the docks, the ports that you would create for them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, I've just never built one of those before. That's something that I'll probably have to troubleshoot when I get to that point, but I'm just very, very far. I'm really, really far from getting to the ports. So, I don't know. Give me one second, guys. Dot said, I read somewhere that they are a pain in the butt to make them because it needs a lot of testing to make sure they can be used docked. Yeah, I'll have to do that at some point because I do want to utilize the docks, but it's going to be hard. I'll probably have to bounce between, yeah, I'll have to bounce back and forth, unfortunately, between the different versions of the worlds to test it. But that will be a problem for another day. I'm not ready to cross that bridge yet. Let me see. I'm just not... I don't know why. I'm just having such a hard time with the foliage here. Some foliage is kind of weird. That's nice. This one, though, something about that texture is just... Look at how it rotates, you guys. It's really creepy. The mesh seems to rotate with you as you move. It's very strange. There's just a lot of stuff that's quite dark. And then this one. Yeah, I don't know. Some foliage in Sims 3 is quite good, and then others are like, okay. I almost want to do blue here. Maybe I'll just do this. And then introduce maybe some patches of grass, perhaps? We will see. Definitely add some areas up front to eat. Oh, we could even do a wedding venue, technically. That could be nice. But that would be all the way on the other side. So we have the area over here. Let me see. Lots of flowers. Meh, let me press the time travel button by watching a few movies and TV shows, plenty of Grey's Anatomy and House MD. Then I see you get to that point in time. Oh. Whatever floats your boat. me see. You have a nice flat square in here, or is it just... It's a lot of like foliage, but not quite what I'm looking for. This is actually not too bad. They're shamrocks though. Hello, New World. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, I jokes a bit. Okay. I'm trying to find like a nice patch of grass, and I had something like that. I had flowers again, but yeah, I'm struggling with the landscaping here. Daisies? Actually, you know what? Oh, not that one. Nope. Am I thinking of Sims 4? I thought I had a patch of grass. Like, just give me some plain grass, please. Everything is like very flowery. No, I can't find the grass. Alexa Britt, have a good day in case stream ends. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. What the heck? My Lexus thing is a little weird sometimes. Oh. This is quite nice too. Oh, let me see, because these flowers, you guys, are just a little weird for this build. I don't know why, they just stick up too much. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm baffled by the foliage in Sims 3. I've built with this foliage many times before, but going into it now, I'm like, we do this? Let me see. Let me just see how it looks. Maybe just do basic hedges, maybe. Yeah, because I don't have any grass over here. These are just like a lot. They're a lot. Let's see. You can do taller ones like this. It's gonna cover the building though, but let me see. So there's that, and there's also this. That's actually quite fun. You can see more of the windows. Yeah, this works better. I think the flowers were just a little bit too excessive. Oh, man, I forgot. Oh, I hate that vampire about Sims 3. That's actually a really annoying bug here where I can't just place in the fencing. It reads it as the object is occupying the space and it won't let me draw on it. I think that actually happens in The Sims 4 as well, but it's definitely more of an issue in this game. So I placed all those for nothing. I have to pretty much undo all this. Oh, man. Very sad. Very sad. All right, here they go. I I don't think it'll even work. It won't even work over there. So I had the bushes, but because the bushes take up space, I cannot add the fence. I had to remove all the bushes to put the fence in. Like this down here. No, I already had move objects on too, so I have to just redo it. Yeah. Let me just see what else needs to be fenced in. I'm not going to make any sudden moves now. Because that sucked. I had to just remove all of that. Let me see. I'm going to do... Let me see what I do. Yep, I opened up a space over here. There's that. Okay, and we do... Oop. Wait a second. I got to do this. Hold on. Gonna leave these areas for the trees. Definitely gonna do the fence first. Oops. This one. Open up those little gaps over there. These trees are crazy, you guys. I don't know if these trees exist in real life, but I've not seen trees like this. That one, yeah, but the colorful bark, I'm not sure. That seems very, very wild to me, but maybe somewhere in the world. I love the little coconut trees too, but I'm just gonna stick with the status quo here. Let me see. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Then, let's see. Try and get like different heights too, but they're all the same. It's like, work with me, palm trees, give me the variety. Here we go. That's right. Okay. And we definitely need more lights over here. I think it's cute though. Alright. I'm gonna pop in these bushes and I think I'm gonna turn in for the evening, you guys. I would stay up more, but I've been up since around... Oof, I think I've been up since around like 6:30 in the morning, so... Yeah. It was probably time to go to sleep about, let me see. Let me do my math really quick. 24 minus 8, 16. I probably should have gone to bed at like... Ooh, I should have gone to bed at around like 10:30. I've been up for like an extra 4 hours, so I'm definitely gonna turn in soon, unfortunately. And I worked almost all day today, so the energy's running low. Maybe I'll do these, you guys. Man, they're all small. There we go. So there is that. Let me see. I was really off on these, damn. Like floating away over here. Wow, yep. Was so off. There we go. Townie, I like this song. Okay. This one is called Numb by Jake Singh. So numb as in like my arm is numb by Jake Singh. Jake and then sing like singing. Let me know if you find it. The sing is also spelt with a $sign. I have to download more of them. Epidemic Sound actually has a lot of really good like K-pop inspired music. So if you like that singer, there are ones like it. Yeah, let me see if I can actually find some of my favorites. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, this song is good. It's the same artist. Called Blue Skies, this one. It's like a really nice kind of slow song, almost. Now words can't explain what I'm feeling. With you is like easy as breathing. When I found you, was come out and sailing. Is it out of my mind? So same singer for this one. Okay, let me see if we got like maybe outdoor dining tables. Let me see. With you is like easy as breathing. I went and told you was go out and say it. My mind. The fish sign. It's kind of weird. Is that like a grooving thing? Let me see. I love that. Okay, it's good here. Being with you feels like blue skies. Oh my god, Vampire, if you like that song, so this is not an Epidemic Sound, but there's a song, I don't know if you've ever heard it before. I can't play it for you because of copyright thing, but let me just keep playing the regular music. The song is called Always Love by David, I think his name is. But the David has a weird spelling though. But if you look up a song called Always Love by David and like Hyun, I think his name is, that is such a great song. I found it from another Sim streamer. It's so good. It's really good. It's a little bit like drearier though, but I really love that song. You might like it as well. Alright, so we could do something like this. We don't have umbrellas. I feel like I'm missing umbrellas. Let me see. We're missing umbrellas, but it could still work. Let me see. Damn it. I used the wrong one. I had to use this one. Sometimes they come with custom patterns and I don't want to use them. Goodness, this has been so messy to eat. I always hate dropping food. Like in areas I don't want food to be in. It's like, please cooperate, please. I'm trying not to get any on myself or my blanket. Let's see. What's this? Oh, I forgot. You guys. I totally forgot about the signs. There is the diner sign. Yeah, because we can use this. It's okay if we gotta go a little bit base game. It's alright. Maybe I'll just stick it, like, over here. I don't know if I like it up front. I could even put it, like, maybe farther back. Let me see. Or, stick it right in the middle. I mean, it doesn't matter because honestly, since we'll just go inside anyway, I can even put it like over here. Let me see. I think I like that better than it being like its own sign, right? It's not bad, right? Let's just stick it in there. It's a little different. It's a little unique, but it'll work. Let me see. And this I can make metal. Oh, I could do the checkers. Oh, that could be cool. Let me see. If I do metal on these, it's very shiny though. Maybe this one. This one. So I could either do that, be a little bit darker, like right here, and then this one could be checkered. Could do something like that. Okay. Now. Oop. Sorry, malfunction. Sorry, malfunction. The game is like, I had enough. Okay. Now. Let's do. Yeah, I kind of wish I had more room for the walkway, but. That's actually, I think this can be cute. This can be cute, but let me make the dining area small so there's room to walk. That's the thing. So we have a little bar table here, which I think can work, but I don't know if this needs like a, I think this needs like a taller table. So, let me see. Wait a minute. Nope. Dining table. Something like that. There's this one as well. Let me see. I could do like really cheap. Do like really cheap plastic maybe? Let me see. Just that. And then this one. I kind of like the vibe of even these. Maybe, let me see. It's very old school, so I don't think it's supposed to look expensive. Let me see. We can do these over here. Or we'll just do these. Let me see. Let's do some wood and then do it on the bars for here. Oh man, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Okay. It kind of like reset the color on me. This is the metal? Nope, that's the... That's that. Okay. Let's go red on it. And then this can go to metal. Okay. We have this. I'm going to take the metal from here and drop it over here. And then the tabletop, let me see. Not sure. Not sure. I almost think, funny enough, the regular white works fine. In a weird way. I'll try it. And I think we'll leave it at that. Ooh, I like that. I just kind of wish I had a little bit of foliage in the front. I just don't know where I'd put it. Where would I put it? Maybe like in this corner here? The lonely palm tree? You never know. Here, I could do this. Okay. I think this is a good stopping point, you guys. I'm definitely getting tired, but we made some progress. It was mostly chatter today, but we had some progress. So we fleshed out most of the diner lot. Did flesh out a little bit more of the entryway. I'm still trying to figure out what the other area is going to be. We do have one more lot over here as well, which, again, not too sure what it could be. I'm thinking I may do a bar, but that bar I'm more than likely going to build myself as opposed to doing like a rabbit hole kind of situation there. So I think we're close. But I am zombie-like now. I'm definitely zombie-like. Thank you all for tuning in and hanging out. I really appreciate it. It's a nice little chill birthday stream. It was a little chaotic at first, but we got everything on track. I will probably not be on today, now that it's Wednesday. So I'll probably be back on likely Thursday by the looks of it, so not too bad, not too shabby. And I will see you all then, alright? So take care, you guys. I hope it's been fun for you. And for my YouTube friends, this is it. I will see you on Thursday. If you are on Twitch, stay tuned and we will raid out. Yes, good night, Vampire Queen. Thank you so much for tuning on in. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I will see you guys Thursday. Alright? Bye, guys. See you later. Oh, and of course, it's Townie Streams signing off.